Welcome one, welcome all into another day of LPL action here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. As we're bringing you a little bit of a taste from Group Nirvana and Group Ascend today, but of course it will be myself, Leo Slayer Silverman, taking you through it with my good friend here, Matt Cubby Samuelson. And Matt, we are locked in for what I like to call a bit of a warm-up here to what is going to be a much bigger stakes scenario later on tonight.
BLG versus Top Esports, second match tonight. If you're with us for the first one, you're a real one, as we have EDG. See if they can continue their dominance in Group Nirvana going up against LNG. And a match that we expect for EDG to take. So we're saving the entertainment for later. But, of course, it's the LPL. You never know when entertainment's going to strike.
You never know. We'll see if we get some entertainment here, checking out some of the standings. As always, though, got to go through those formalities. We talked a little bit about Group Nirvana at the top, obviously EDG, LNG on the other side. We're going to break the hot streak between TES and BLG later, but outside of our four teams we're going to be covering today, Cubby, tell me what stands out to you about the two groups so far.
I think IG at 3-2, because perceived strength of IG is much better than that. I know that they're third in the standings right now, but we've seen Weibo kind of tumble. Everyone expects for AL to be one of, if not the top team by the end of things for Group Ascend. But IG feels like a team that is really fighting against everyone else. And frankly, the games, the maps they've been putting up, I really like what I've seen from this team. It feels like they've really picked up where they left off in Split 2, where, of course, it did surprise some folks with that third-place finish overall.
It's such an interesting team because third place sounds good, especially what they did in Split 1, but a team headlined by the names on the Invictus Gaming roster need to keep reaching higher. Group Nirvana, obviously fun as well outside the two teams we'll be seeing today. I think it's going to be interesting to see who really slots into 2, 3, 4, LGD, TT, and IP, who can really break away from that pact, who can solidify themselves into that play-in tournament down the line. But let's move into our matchup to start off our night here. Edward Gaming taking on LNG Esports. Face value, Cubby, it's the top versus the bottom, but it's Group Nirvana. Anything can happen, right?
Well, I mean, so far, anything can happen, except as long as one of those anythings is EDG takes a 2-0. Because EDG, They've been really dominant in this group, and they have us talking about hopes that lay outside of Group Nirvana.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to really talk about, because last split, Group Nirvana versus Group Ascend, when it came into that play-in tournament, it was, the sentiment around here at the LPL English was, okay, yeah, some of these teams could take a game maybe in the play-in tournament, but nobody ever had them going into the playoffs. EDG starting to make it a lot louder of a conversation that they could be a threat even further outside of Group Nirvana. But let's introduce formally their opponent for today, which is going to be LNG Esports, who are still looking for their first series win. It is Zika in the top side, Xiaofeng in the jungle, Hai Chao in the mid lane, Fish One off of his debut just the day prior, and Zhuo to round out that bottom lane.
Yeah, of course, with Fish One now stepping in, the only member of LNG that is the same from the start of the year would be Zika and I believe Hai Chao, but even Hai Chao was exchanging seats at least in Demacia Cup, if memory serves correct. So it's been a tumultuous year for LNG, and I think a lot of the reaction that I saw from their last series against UP, where they did drop 1-2 after winning another game 1 and not being able to close the series, is like, man, what has happened to the LNG of old? And that's a lot of the same question that we've asked ourselves, because this team, it hasn't been a secret that they've struggled, and it has been a little bit disappointing to watch at times. So we'll see if they can continue to at least show some improvement. Have seen some bright spots, I will say, from Xiaofeng, and then, of course, from Zika, who continues to look like he is not part of the problem.
We are definitely on the same page there, Cubby. I think their top side outside of Hai Chao is what has been the most consistent so far. But yeah, Fish One, you talk about how much LNG has changed over the years. Talk about marksman for LNG. It's just been a revolving door, if you want to go for the classic metaphor. And what did his debut look like? You talked about the winning game 1. Thought they put him in a comfortable position playing the Senna, where you're not asked to do a ton. This team fight was especially impressive for me, how he spaced out the Senna. But once we got out of this game 1, Cubby, it got shaky for, a guy, like we said, making his first couple of stage games of his career.
Yeah, and for LNG, I mean, this is their third AD carry that they've tried this year, right? It went, of course, replacing LP. LNG, I mean, this was the seat that Gala had going back to last year. Gala still continues to be in pretty decent form over there in IG. What we've come to expect from a player of that caliber. Yeah, for Ultra Prime, I mean, LPL AD carries, I think you always have to show that aggression. And we just haven't seen that from the ADs they've been fielding so far. This is a team that, well, pretty close to the bottom of the standings. And with Fish One, his standing in LDL, I mean, this could be just them thinking, hey, we should get some new players, some more experience on the stage. Maybe that'll help for upcoming off seasons. Maybe they're able to actually figure out something that works for this season coming in, because it has been quite the concern for LNG. But yeah, it has been disappointing from them. I mean, it's just been disappointing that we've experienced nothing but disappointment from them now for 3 splits. Like, the highlight of their split is that they're still here. They weren't relegated in split 2.
Yep, and that was, I'll continue to preach the heroics of Xiaofeng. He comes into that split 2 when they're 0-2, rattles off 6 wins in a row himself, goes 3-0, and like you called out,
did he ever bust out the Rengar? Were there any Rengar games on stage from Xiaofeng? No? Okay.
I think
we probably remember those,
least,
yeah.
I think he had a Lee Sin game that was particularly impressive. He came out with the Skarner, was like immediately a playmaker, which he did play. The last game we saw from Xiaofeng was on that Skarner, and I think he was trying to do the same things that he normally does, but we'll get into it more once we get into this series with LNG. Just, they're not really on the same page trying to play behind Xiaofeng. Classic tale of, a jungler trying to create plays quickly when the team's not ready. It's a lot of dysfunction. That's not the word I would ever try to use to describe Edward Gaming right now. Actually, a different TION might be better. Perfection for EDG right now. ZDZ in the top lane, Sao Hao in the jungle, Angel mid lane, on bottom lane with the new rookie sensation, Palkia, that is making shockwaves in Group Nirvana right now, Gubby.
Yeah, and I know that we kind of kicked this off looking at the team to try and transcend Group Nirvana. It was Palkia that transcended Group Nirvana by making the LPL Players of the Week list, or Team of the Week, I should say, is the official verbiage that they use. But he was the support of the week, and the kickoff that he's had to his split, his year, has been so impressive. It was less than a month from him being signed with the org for their LDL team to now playing on the LPL roster. And he's been damn good. Like, we aren't trying to overhype this rookie. I think that, like, Team of the Week, let's be fair, just coming from Group Nirvana, that might have been building up a little bit too much hype, but we didn't even give that one out. That was the LPL official, right?
That's
and
true,
a lot of it's been justified because he has been a damn good player on the Rift.
And you know what makes it even more fun is knowing the lore behind this youngster and how much it means to him to be here playing this well for Edward Gaming. Some of the awesome LPL casters got to talk about Palkia a bit more. Take a listen to how awesome it is that Palkia is playing well for EDG specifically.
说个小故事，哈鲁提亚的小的，哈鲁提亚，然后我认跟他们教练组有点像，就稍微聊一下这个事情啊。他们说这小子特别好玩。他是当初来 EDG 的时候就跟那个教练组他们说，就是我此生的梦想是在 EDG 首发打一场，就 LPL。我想来 EDG 打一场比赛，我一定想打啊。这话怎么说？他对 EDG 特别忠诚，忠诚啊！这话，他非常，他就是看EDG长大的。而这孩子他也说，我觉得他其实到了一队以后，他特别愿意跟队友沟通。虽然说还在学习，但是他那种很好教的小孩，就是那种像你们班上听话的小孩，有什么问题就问大哥哥们。
其实我觉得这种特别好的在于，如果对一个战队特别的有这种情愫的话，你会很珍惜在这个战队的每一天，
非常珍惜。对，就是而且对于打野也是，就只要有什么点子跟他说，他都会去沟通，他绝对给反馈。
现在已经进入良性循环了，成绩好，关系好，关系好，成绩好，
对，
越来越好，
越来越有化学反应。
听很多这个业内的人士聊，就说 EDG 的每个人他们性格都很好，尤其是上单出了张，然后中单安总，性格就是好的一塌糊涂那种，就是大兄弟啊！你看他们平常包括小号，他们经常互相开车、坐车、买提新车。
哎，我预言一集啊，再过一段时间可能5个人一块探店去
了。直接出发，
就那个涛哥带着走，
等涅槃组拿下涅槃第一的那一天，对吧？确定涅槃第一的那一天，期待5个人。
Cubby, you know, especially with you with me here on this broadcast specifically, we know better than anyone that the loyalty draws that like conventional sports bring. I mean, I can point to this a billion times. To get that in esports where it can be rare is what makes this so special. Like that's immediately what I thought when I saw him. You know, watching 2015, that 2015 EDG team, and then from there determined to get to this point. It's the same way I feel like I thought about the first Eagles game I watched. I'm sure how you felt about the first Bears game you probably watched in your loyalty there.
I mean, to be fair, I can actually kind of relate with Palkia because the first LPL games that I watched was when Def joined EDG, which happened back in 2015. I was a Samsung fan after Season 4. I remember watching like the Samsung Blue versus KT Arrows final. Still one of the best finals of all time, where Samsung Blue, that Def roster, did get upset by Arrow and KT Arrows. It was so crazy, like, just to think of the history that really, like, Palkia is just a kid watching this. Is like, I would have played for that team, right? Now he's doing it and looking damn good on the roster, too. So, really neat. It feels like every piece of lore, every piece of content we get from EDG talking about Palkia, more and more reason to be excited about this young, fresh rookie joining a legacy organization in the LPL and really helping them look good in the Rift.
And what that insight also gave us, too, outside of Palkia is that, which is super important, the vibes are just awesome. I love the adage. It's like a band of brothers,
like
right?
4 pieces of content about how with Palkia, the vibes are good. Like, it's almost like so much at this point where it's like, are they really? You know, EDG, every week you make a video about how the vibes are awesome about your new rookie support. Are you sure that's the case, or are you, like, you know, trying to cover for something here?
Yeah, well, you know what? The results-based analysis, Cubby, says the vibes got to be good because they are...
We can't question that. We can't question that.
We can't question now. They're in position to be absolutely perfect, and I know it's been pushed, you know, by Rafa, especially the question of, can this team have the perfect group Nirvana split? Well, the counter is going up to 5 here, and it will officially mean they go through a full round robin if they beat LNG with the perfect run.
Well,
so with that,
you know, it would be classic LNG if they won the first game and then just like tragically lost the next 2 to break EDG's perfect split, tease us just enough, and then still be LNG in the end. So, you know, we'll have to see.
That's a great point. But, you know, I want to have the thought experiment because they are setting up for this perfect spot. And we talked about how Group Nirvana versus Group Ascend is a little bit different right now. And the question was posed to us, where would we put EDG if they were slotted into Group Ascend? And I do want to preface this. Yes.
It's good synergy.
It's good synergy. We did not decide our place together. We were
hoping they'd be different.
Yeah, we were hoping we'd be different. We were separated like we were taking a standardized test, then made our answer, and we came together at the same point, Cubby. So why do you think they would only be better than WE right now?
This is very cautiously optimistic from us. But against WE, like what we've seen from WE, this team has had some struggles. For me with EDG, I actually really like how Angel's playing along with their bot lane. I think that's where WE is struggling right now in that group ascension, along with just other team struggles where EDG, we understand they're going up against weaker opponents in this group, but we can't take away from how on point together they've been playing on the map. So at the moment, I think it is important to note that if it were like regular season ended today, the bottom 4 teams of Group Ascension do play the top 4 teams of Group Nirvana. That would mean that Team WE would face EDG in that best of 5. So by this logic, we have EDG winning that best of 5 at the moment, Slayer.
Yeah, that is a very important distinction to make. And I do want to back up my sort of thought process here by this point, which is the fact that I do feel like for me, I might have considered putting them above FPX of all places, like above FPX if Milky Way didn't slot back in. So that's what tempered my expectations. I do think Milky Way is going to make FPX a lot better. But yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at with EDG and the optimism. I almost put them near the middle of the pack in Group Ascend to play into that optimism. So we'll have to see. I mean, we're going to get an obvious check, Matt, once we get down to those play-ins and see who they likely slot up against. Because even if they, sputter a little bit from this perfect start, to be 4-0 by this point with how the rest of Group Nirvana is looking, they've almost, in my mind, locked in play-ins.
Yeah, I think they have. Now that you are mentioning Milky Way, I just realized that if FPX and EDG do indeed go toe-to-toe, it's my favorite Pokemon versus my favorite candy bar. That's going to be a really tough one to predict. I got a lot of the line for that one, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah,
First legendary I caught, guilty pleasure bag of candy I like to buy like 2 or 3 times a year.
This reminds, yeah, you know what? There was too much. I can't believe there was so much Milky Way support in that discussion. I still think Kit Kat's just like clear. You know what? That's a whole different bag. You know why Kit Kat's
goddamn
also
EU
clear?
bias. Yeah.
No, that's not even it. It's because, and this is coming from an American, by the way, where we have like severely limited Kit Kat flavors. Like the best Kit Kat flavors are ones around the globe, not in the U.S. It's like you have to go to the fancy stores to find the imported versions of Kit Kats, and they're still the best ones in my mind.
I didn't realize that Kit Kats went that deep. I just usually have the basic flavor and then like the white chocolate one they always do around Halloween. I think them and Hershey's collabed on that almost, because the white chocolate Hershey's are it's an underrated candy bar.
Matt, you said collab. Did you hear the next big collab in the snack world? I don't know if did you not?
No.
I can't believe it's happening.
Oh wait,
Reese's?
Oreos
and Reese's. Yeah.
Oh,
so
yes.
They're doing the double collab. One of them's an Oreo, or the Oreo side is like an Oreo with like peanut butter cream filling. But the banger one, go look it up. It's real on social media, I promise you, is a Reese's cup with the Oreo filling on top, and then inside there's chunks of Oreo with the peanut butter. That's going to sell. I'm going to buy 500 of them, and I'm going to eat all of them in one sitting. That might be the best thing I've ever heard of in my life. So
I'm a lot more about the Reese's that have the Oreo stuff in them. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's.
I'm a lot more about it. I'm with you on this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oreos with peanut butter. I'm not that big of a peanut butter guy. I'm really not. I say that. I said that Milky Ways are my favorite candy bar, which they are.
But they don't have peanut butter.
No, it's definitely whatever processed goop they put in there that is meant to get me addicted to it, and I fall for it really hard every time. So respect.
It is very funny though how you can if you combine other basic candy bars, you can kind of just make your own.
But, I mean, a Milky Way is like a Snickers without the almonds.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point.
And then a Three Musketeers is like a more processed Milky Way. I've had this conversation before. I'm ready for this one.
Well, you know what? Everyone else is ready for the walkouts. So we are officially here. Home advantage comes to LNG. Obviously, they have their own arena as they are looking to try and find their own little combination of flavor on the Rift, just like we're talking about the Reese's and Oreos combination of flavor to take down Edward Gaming, who are looking to start the first half of Group Nirvana perfect. If they can 2-0 here, perfect. Something that never been done so far this year.
Nice. I like that.
You know what? If I don't have to pay for them, I'll do it. I think I can do it.
I like that even better. So we got Pelkia rounding out the EDG crew, walking out. Angel, so far, he's been the team leader, the captain, the vet, the baby Ruth, leading them from the mid lane. On the flip side for LNG, been a couple of struggles for them, but trying to get closer to that 100 grand bar, I should say, at the end of the day. Hopefully, Fish One stepping in. Yeah. Do you think Fish One is? Do you think he's Swedish at all?
Yeah,
I don't think he's Swedish. I'm gonna guess he's not. Yeah.
No. Swedish Fish also criminally overrated candy. All right.
Yes, that candy bar sucks.
Yeah, some people talk about Swedish Fish like they're the next gospel of gummy candy. Nah, man.
I think if you still like Swedish Fish, like you never like eclipse the age of 14. Once you got far along, like you got to be able to respect better candy bars as you grow up with age. Candy bars as you grow with age. It's just not.
Yeah, like that's how I think about Swedish Fish, gummy bears, and I'm gonna say like Jelly Belly, jelly beans. Like, come on, we need to grow up. We need to grow up a little bit here.
You lost me on that one. You lost me on that one.
Okay, maybe all right. Maybe that's a little too far. All right. Who knows? We have too much time to talk about other things than candy bars and candy flavors, which I'm sure Cubby and I could go back and forth on for way too long. Maybe we'll get a classic. I'm knocking on wood before I say this. We'll get a classic Cubby tech pause. That's our topic. We already have it picked out if that comes around. But let's get into draft talk here, Cubby, because we talked a little bit about the engaged power and who really plays the sort of fight starters for both of these two teams. What champions do you think fit best to those molds? We talked about Palkia and maybe Saofeng as an example.
I think the Rel has been really big for Palkia so far. It's definitely been a standout champion for me. He's pretty much just been on only engaged duty. I will say we are still on the 14 patch. 15 patch is coming, and I'm on the lookout for some of these Enchantresses bot. I think Moonstone is actually in a spot that's decently okay right now. Obviously, you got to get the item and you scale into the game, so you're going to lose out on some of that early power, but I think that some of these Moonstone supports are going to start creeping back in, so see if that ends up being the case. That said, diving in the draft, and man, they do not want to let Xiaofeng get his first choice of candy bar here, because yeah, he carries on that Viego, and that has been the champion where LNG has seen a little bit of success. That's just being banned out right away.
Yeah, got them the game 1 win. Went double digit
they're
kills
2-0. They're 2-0 on it. That's the only 2 wins they've had all split is Xiaofeng on Viego. So
there you go. So that's simple ban there. I wouldn't be surprised if they just 3-ban this guy. That's how bad. All right, now they're gonna.
They want to set up Rel. Yeah,
they want to set up Rel. There you go. But they do leave up Trundle, and Saofeng will immediately slam that one home. So not the Viego, but still one of the best junglers right now to try and carry on. Good identity for LNG, but there are a lot of premier picks if EDG want to come back with. You got the Rumble still left up at this point, but maybe they're just looking for something that can try and slow down this Trundle, punish him for trying to run at you. And Annie definitely fits that bill. And ooh, I would really like the Jarvan too if you want to lock this Trundle in place. Okay.
Yeah, for me, the 2 picks in the Trundle are you have Jarvan, you have Wukong, you have Maokai. Those are your options. So okay, gonna be the Wukong.
Okay.
For me, a lot of it against Trundle, if you can drop that Annie ult or drop the Wukong ult before he's able to subjugate, can actually be quite squishy. And yeah, like you want to likely set this up with a Talia. I think that Annie is very playable into the Talia, and the Annie Wukong is a very winning 2v2 duo if you get past level 6. So key to me. I think it's be Aurora coming through as well, as you don't want to pick a tank in the Trundle. You don't want to pick a tank in the Gwen in the first place, and we've seen Aurora have a lot of success into Gwen in the top lane. So I don't love how LNG rounded out their draft. I think that if you're going to go Trundle, you're already dissuading picking a tank. You want to play a carry. And I have a good carry matchup into Gwen. So I would have liked to just slam the Scion and then almost like force the enemy to take some form of carry or an Ambessa in the Scion. Because then at least you guarantee that you have like a strategic difference or point of strength going forward. Right now, I think that EDG, they have winning mid-jungle 2v2. They have a winning top lane matchup. And I don't see where Trundle can really get up in the face of the Wukong so far. So I think bot lane priority really important for LNG here.
And what the interesting note about that is that we haven't seen Fishwan play really any sort of, again, 3 matches. But he hasn't, in those 3 matches, he's not playing like lane dominant picks. He plays like the Corki that goes to the Triforce build again, so it needs time to scale. Already talked about the Senna.
Dude, they really want picks. Rel. They really want Rel. Poppy ban too. Palkia wants Rel, man. Yeah.
Kai'Sa ban though. They gotta respect the insane LPL Kai'Sa win rate. But do they just go for the Alistar, knowing that the silence check has gone through, and Palkia is going to lock that one in despite how much they were signaling they want Rel?
I was hoping for the Rel. His Rel has been damn good so far, but Alistar is still the primo support pick. We are still on 14, so none of those armor nerfs have come through yet on the Alistar or the Braum.
Same. Yep.
Braum was only taking down 5 base armor, not the other 7 that they're going to do my boy with next time. But man, I like Braum, Trundle, Talia, you're such a reactive team in comp, and EDG has all the tools to force upon LNG. So LNG kind of forced to catch it and respond. I don't like, you can make proactive plays with Talia and the Weaver's Wall, but it's kind of tough for them to follow up on all this. So yeah, now you're kind of asking to get smoldered too.
Yeah, I do see the Senna angle. It's in the same vein that LG went with game 1, where they had the carry jungler Viego. They want a little bit extra supportive build for Fish 1. And again, it's a pick that you don't need to do a lot. You don't need to. It's easing into stage games, which I'm sure they're looking to get into Fish 1. But yeah, it does leave up a lot of good lanes where On is going to have a lot of effectiveness. He's going to go with the Corkies. So EDG. Okay. They get to play. They're not playing reactive. They're playing combative, and boy, Cubby, do they bring so much damage into this game.
Yeah, I think for me, a lot of the hopes for LNG has to lie with Xiaofeng. Can this Trundle like get pro Xiaohao off his game at all? If you let the Wukong scale farm for free, I think the level 6 for him. It's so scary to be Talia mid and play into this. Senna Braum will scale nicely, but still like. The point-and-click execute from EDG, the shotgun comp they have, really dangerous for LNG to deal with. I think that they can really only catch these engages between, like, the Hollowed Mist, the Talia Rocks, the Brahmi. All this is stuff that you use to catch with. You're not... Their ability to be proactive really only is High Chow on this Weaver's Wall, and I don't love that. So I think it's going to be... Like, Gwen Resource is good. Can Trundle set Wukong behind? That's also good. But, man, I think the early to mid-game for EDG... has been what the team's been doing really well, and they have so many tools to try and push the game forward early on. So I'm not sure how LNG is going to respond.
Yeah, and even talking about like Trundle trying to set this Wukong behind, you still kind of need pushing lanes to give you that access to try and look for these invades. It feels impossible. This Aurora is going to be able to handle Gwen very early on. Annie, Talia is kind of like neutral. I don't think either is going to get a ton of early push. And then Senna Braum into Corki Alistair. That's just not really going to be able to punish the Corki and Alistair at all. So I think Xiaofeng, we'll see it, because, again, like we talked about, he is still trying to play like he did with his success in Split 2, play proactive, constantly looking to be aggressive, but he doesn't have the same resources behind it like he had in Split 2. So we'll see as we do go on to the Rift, and, well, I'd like to say we'll hopefully get some Jayos, but I think myself and Cubby are going to have to bring that energy. We'll see, though.
Oh,
I heard. I
they're
thought,
zoom it
in. Jaya. Okay,
EDG fans, come on!
Come on, guys.
Your team's winning.
Sides up. Team's 4-0. They haven't dropped a single game. All right, well.
I'm gonna blame the stadium audio. It's fake news. There were Jayos always.
I thought I heard someone like try and start one. And then just nobody responded. That's got to be the most awkward thing ever. You just, like, try to start a chant and nobody... That's like... This never happens, by the way, Cubby, if you thought. But whenever someone tries to start an Eagles chant up, like, and nobody responds, that would just break my heart.
Oh, I mean, coming from the city where you had the mayor throwing ice balls to the opposing team's bench, which is actually a story that did happen in Philadelphia history. Yeah, there's no way you don't back up your team there. But hey, you know what, EDG, they're at least backing up their fans by honestly playing to a level that we're used to seeing from EDG of years prior, Slayer. Because this is a squad. I mean, the history of the LPL, it was written really with EDG being one of the primo orgs that we've had in this league. We just have not had that from EDG in years past. So I do think it's EDG, Xiaohao. I mean, this duo, this core, some of the pieces that they put around them, starting to bring some honor and glory back to EDG and one of the best orgs we have in the history of LPL.
The sad part is a lot of those same things are true for LNG, except for the part of returning to that glory. And remember, LNG has a home arena for a reason, for their history as well. Let's take a look, though, at how these jungle paths are going. As we expected, though, on the bot side, On and Palkia able to get pretty decent push and try and set up vision around their lanes. As their enemy jungle will be pathing away from them. We're going to see Xiaohao make his way back towards that bot side. Both these guys just looking for full clears, but like we talked about, Xiaofeng's going to have the tougher decision to make because a lot of his lane states are going to be weaker off than we expect Xiaohao's.
Yeah, and he's gone to the lane where this Gwen does get pushed in early, but sometimes, I mean, Aurora deals pretty well with Trundle ganks because you can W over the pillar and also E over it. So I think it's going to be pretty tough for Zika, who also went for the grasp on the Gwen, so really trying to survive this laning phase.
Not doing it.
It's hard against Aurora. Yeah, it's hard against Aurora.
Saw this exact matchup come out from the Shy, and outside of one missed Q, he was definitely wrecking this matchup.
Oh yeah, we looked at that miscue in the meeting very intently today. It was, yeah. When he's chuckling the player cam, you know, that's when you know it's good.
Both junglers onto their crabs, and Zhuo takes a bit of a chunk on his trade. The Braum Shield going to keep him tapped up. Reset coming through here for Xiao Hao, so he'll get out on the map as Xiao Feng will look to just get some evasive wards down, maybe wrap around for a gank. No, he'll take his reset. So pretty quiet early game, but we'll start to see if EDG can build these CS leads as all three of their lanes are pushing in favor right now.
Yeah, and I'd say a beneficial start for the Wukong. Like, talked about these early lane Slayer. Important that Wukong gets to 6, and then you can start to play with Annie and really threaten for kills and gold on the Wukong. Can feel really good. The start for Trundle, you know, any possibility of making this map weird or setting this Wukong behind, it's a lot harder when you end up with that mirrored map setup. I definitely haven't seen it so far. That mirrored map setup's going to continue, and I think maybe a collapse onto Annie before she dings 6 could be good. Like, both Annie and Talia, you can try and fish for their flashes. I think that's very playable. So curious if we have any jungle interaction there, but until then, it's just lanes winning here for EDG.
Yep. More time for Xiao Hao to try and get to that Cyclone as quickly as possible, where the Wukong takes such a critical advantage on the map. Zika off his reset, does TP and pop the Ghost here. Looking to try and just punish ZDZ for sticking around while trying to hold the wave in place, but not enough damage out of the grasp. Gwen will force the reset finally out of ZDZ, though.
Yeah, gonna get the TP, and not gonna be too big of an item advantage here for ZDZ. Of course, TP back second, so we'll have a better buy, but honestly, a lot burned there by Zika, but at least able to get that wave in. We'll get a reset for himself, and the CS is higher for the Gwen, so I think that's actually quite well played. Even if he lost the Ghost. Like, like you look at this snapshot of the matchup, and you're pretty happy being here as the Gwen.
Taking anything you get, being by the spot. Bot lane shove, though, is what's really starting to hurt. I was curious when we were going to switch the Senna out of the weak lane, but usually you're switching out to alleviate pressure maybe for your top laner. I feel like this is still pretty rough for Zika.
Yeah, I'm no longer happy about this as Zika. I know that the matchup's hard top, but that swap, we just opted to sack resources on the Gwen for resources on the Senna. Frankly, I would kind of flip the priority of that. I think that Gwen needs to get ahead and be the split pusher. So kind of a weird move for me, because I think this made life really hard for Zika. And now when ZDZ finds Gwen in the side lane later on, it's going to be an XP advantage as Angel.
Hai Chao. Good use of the tippers, though, onto Xiao Feng before he runs him down. It does get tippers ult out pretty early. Bit of a window of LNG with Zhuo TPing in as well. Maybe they can try and overload towards this Drake, but Xiao Hao's going to immediately smite it with the help of Palkia's unsealed spellbook and going to shut down any sort of tempo they might have gained from that mid-play.
They just said, "What's up, Dragon? Here's like 1,200 true damage."
Off rip. Just
off
right
the
out
rip.
The start. Yeah.
Yeah. What a Chad move.
Oh boy. All right. Well, this is what we talked about, though. That Zika's gonna have a much rougher time trying to even farm, and that wave state is. Ooh, yeah. So Zika is gonna be homeless for at least a couple rotations of minions.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of why you end up swapping out is because you do know that that dragon's not yours. You're playing in a Corki Alistar as Senna Braum. You need time to scale. So I think that's part of why they swap. Again, like when they swap. I just don't agree with having Gwen lose that many resources. Hai Chao's out of mana, but Lance is slow. Should get out of here okay, yeah.
He's definitely using his health bar as a resource for sure.
Yeah.
And I see the logic, too, because You definitely want grubs more on a Trundle comp and a Gwen comp, so sticking your bottom lane up here a bit earlier, maybe you could, allows you to set up those wards a bit earlier. Weaver's Wall coming down here as both mid laners have kind of overstayed their welcome. Angel going to dodge the seismic jump, flash forward with Xiaofeng, but Andy matches it perfectly. The Cyclone knockup comes up, it's knockup city onto Xiaofeng as Palkia swings in, stun lands, staff down, and first blood over to EDG.
I don't agree with that take from Haichao. I think that using the resources, so he picked up a fruit in the river, so he had the resource to actually make the play afterwards, but you don't really have damage with a Tear and a Null Magic Mantle on Talia. There was a Phage on Trundle, and because the jungle clears are mirrored, Trundle was coming at the timer where Wukong could also be mid, because whatever camps you're clearing, that's where Wukong can match. You're trying to desync it with the Dragon take, but yeah, Wukong being in the area with Palkia, who was also hidden in fog while Braum was showing top, opted into a fight that ended up being down numbers. So lose out on the play, and then this swap from EDG, very good. They're putting a bot lane mid. So they're going to kill the wave, and after this, they'll have a chance to respond to the grubs. Likely to be 2 grabbed here by LNG, but shouldn't be a third being able to be taken as long as Corki rotates up.
Still a Krug take coming across for Xiao Hao. Does burn his flash and ult, so doesn't have as much proactivity. Same though for Xiaofeng, and no, it's going to be a reset coming out from the EDG jungler. So
okay.
Mid play definitely hurt, stung to even kind of watch, but hey, 3 grubs on the Gwen Trundle comp. That gets a 2 thumbs up for me.
Yeah, I guess EDG just say, hey, you can have the grubs. We're going to take control over the bot side and try and play there. Can somewhat understand there's a real opportunity to try and dive this Gwen. If you're able to play into the Annie as the Wukong and then maybe play for Dragon afterwards too. So, going to deprioritize that one a little bit. Somewhat understandable. Think they had the juice in the tank to go contest it if they wanted to, but not the call. And that's okay.
And that, I am fine with that if you're LNG, because again, like we talked about, this is going to be such a reactive comp. Oh boy, here we go. Palkia. I thought he was going to cook a little bit harder, but just let the Senna know that...
That's a winning trade right there. Braum was showing bot. You get a freebie. We'll play it over to On. Not all bad.
Gotta let the Senna know that you're playing the most diveable champion in the game. So
yes, you are squishy setup. Uh-huh.
Yep. But, you know, the good way to deny the proactivity this comp comes out from EG is trying to spread the map, or just running down Angel after he drops his stun way too early. Difference does come out in the second rotation. Palkia trying to get there as close as possible. Dawing Shadow for the extra damage and the extra shield, but Angel will survive. There's just not enough damage behind this Gwen just yet. EDG are prepared for another play on the map compared to LNG.
Was a good bait, as this matchup for Gwen difficult. She's gone full defense. And that defense not enough to keep her alive against the 3-member gank squad. Again, I think part of why they sacked the grubs, that vision that Palkia plays on the bot side ended up a minute later, or a minute and a half later, being the vision that helped them ensure that was a safe play, and then take the Gwen off the map. So I think if you're EDG, you're pretty happy where things are at right now. You have a 2k gold lead, you've set Gwen behind pretty good, and you have your 2 kills on this Wukong, as now Xiao Hao can path really into Angel and try and create kills, create action wherever on the map.
And the action could roll back towards that Drake pit. That has really been the priority here for EDG as well. Get the Hextech Drake coming up in about a minute's time. Like you called out, just kind of hovering Angel, extra beneficial for playing towards that Dragon stack of gold. Also would like to see if EDG potentially overload to try and get some more turret damage down. Because again, if you want to slow down this grubs comp, just start getting your long lane set up earlier than they can. That can really slow down what really feels like the only open win con for LNG at this juncture.
It looks like LNG kind of playing to already sack this Drake, as they at least showed some pressure on the top side. And love this path that EDG is taking, as Xiao Hao and Palkia just cruising together to try and secure this crab. Also link up with On. We might have a skirmish coming. Haichao is here first.
Comes down. Here's the Weaver's Wall to give LNG a bit of a man advantage, but Shuo is going to die very early on, and On is going to secure that one. Xiaofeng trying to run down. The Wukong will find that trade, but watch CDC on the back of this fight as Palkia flashes out between worlds, gets dropped through, and all of LNG are stuck in the meat grinder. The Corki Aurora damage blasts all of LNG way away from this river.
And I really like that fight from Palkia. And this is some of why we're so excited about Palkia as a player. This is a rookie doing some of the small things really right. Not every champion in the game can you flash away from an auto and live, but with Senna, if you break vision, that auto doesn't go through. So he got 100% maximum usage out of his health bar. Ended up getting away from the Senna damage. I think that was really well played by Palkia. And pretty much winning this 3v4.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? LNG, they started this fight with that one strength. They have more threat on the map. But early gold leads, and like you called out with Palkia, creating all this space.
Watch this flash. Oh, okay, we're not going to see it. He broke vision, he got out.
There's a good flash.
Still off for Glenn.
Oh, still not. Yep, all right, so the needlework gets the job done. Good pick there for LNG.
Again, though, LNG, for me, they were showing power in that top side because they wanted to drop the dragon, get some plates. As, oh boy, we actually have a missed kill.
Okay.
Red buff. Xiaofeng, I don't know what he's doing there when 3 people just showed top. And I thought the plan was to give Drake, and it still looks like the plan, but Xiaohao skipped over that to go for the red buff, and rightfully so, found a trundle along with it.
Whoa, okay, On.
And now
that
On.
was a terrible Valkyrie, and he has to flash, but the Bromstun is still going to come through. This fish won't have enough damage because point is on. Glacial Fissure has to come out. Extra damage, extra defensiveness, and a miscue from the Edward Gaming AD here.
Yeah, we kind of lost our minds there a little bit by both teams. LNG going for 2 separate plays in the map, and On,
baby.
you know, yeah, On following suit. A little banana combo with the Valkyrie and then in and then the flash out. You know, it's always a good one. Got a root.
Flash.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, good root. All right, so doesn't have to burn the flash. There's a all right, good clicks there, Fish One, in your 4th game of your LPL career.
Big banana combo. Yeah, I know. Well, you can't do Dragon when your AD is dead. Okay, there was the miskill. Yeah, I mean, look at the play going on top side of your minimap right now, guys. Like, this is, yeah, this is not where you want to be. Yeah, very greedy indeed.
All right, well, now we can sort of reload that Dragon setup, even though On does pay the Pied Piper. See both bottom lanes towards that mid lane. I do want to say that first turret going down does really help out LNG. They have that top lane to play through. The Grubs got them that kill, and you can see the issues it's already causing for EDG. Angel does have teleports, but again, that's a bit of a buffer where LNG, if anything breaks out on this bot side for the Dragon, they're going to have a bit of a window in a 5v4 until Angel can get this wave back up to the tier 1 topside turret, which does look like he'll be in prime position to do so.
Really like this defense coming out from EDG and Palkia. You can see Palkia just keeping control over the vision that he has with both control wards that are down for EDG. He just shifted his from bot to mid to make sure that they connect with the Corki and can still play the Rift Herald because you want to go through mid to try and play this Rift Herald. So again, some of the small things being done very well from a young player in Palkia. Does have 100% KP along with Xiaohao. This is a little much though.
They were throwing a facade up.
He saved the ult.
Yeah.
I like the saving of the ult. I mean, he did not need to burn it there. That's a big tool that he managed to keep up as Dragon was secured. And now EDG can actually look to contest Rift.
Confidence from this guy. He understands the elite limits of his kit, and that's what's so fun to watch about Palkia, as he's trying to help EDG to a perfect start to the first round robin in the first 5 series that EDG will see with Nirvana. Like you called out, that one little, information game won by Palkia now allows all of EDG to set up this vision around Herald. All those blue wards have gone kaput, except just outside the river. Do have a couple resets coming through, though. Xiaohao will get back to his jungle now.
Yeah, has a pretty good item advantage. That's where my eyes are at right now. Wukong, Annie, item advantage very real. I think that might be enough for EDG to feel strong enough to play this fight. Because I think inventories and champions, EDG have more power at the moment.
2 items on as well. It doesn't have the more mana done just yet, but he gets that big break point. He's going to make his way back down towards the river. A lot of pings are flying towards that side. Both top laners.
Angel has to be careful.
Holding on the TP. That's a good call. There's no turret to cover him. He'll back out safely. Neither one of these teams over-index too far into this river now. Do see Zika making the move up the river, potentially. Bot wave in a decent position for him. But EG, again, fast track first to the river, and they're going to catch Roll on a reset. Palkia uses the Ignite to cancel the reset. And even though the Scuttle is down, EDG are just taking this Herald, and LNG have no sort of response.
I love it. EDG, again, I think showing strength with both the champions and the inventories. LNG going to recognize that. I think that's the right call for them. do want to say that for LNG, I think the break point in terms of items, I'm going to go with like 2 to 3. For me, I think Gwen really, really needs to start to be impactful in this game. But I don't think, just given the deficit they're at, they're really going to like have true strength or maybe any sort of advantage until they get to that 3-item mark, especially given a Fish 1 going for the very utility-oriented Senna build rather than the damage. So I think that's still a waiting game, and EDG at 2 items can be very scary with ZDZ going for the Riftmaker, or Bloodletter's Curse, most likely, and then also Angel going for what I like to call the Summoner Bear, or the Pokemon Bear, you know. While we got Pelkey in the game, might as well relate it to, but pretty much building to buff up Tibbers, so that Summoner Bear is very scary.
And even for like Haichao, right? The Seraphs, that's going to be a bit more of a scaler. The real only person for LNG that can match early damage right now is going to be that Triforce out of Xiaofeng, as he does go over to level 11. What do we look out on for the Rift next? About 1:30 until we have a potential Soul Point Chemtech trade coming up for EDG, and the Otacon, which will be on opposite sides of the map. Yeah, so
yeah,
that's
15 seconds apart. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit unique, actually. So we've seen, I think, more teams be more comfortable with starting early Otacons. Those are still very scary as it shreds your resistances, but that objective is still very OP.
Flash forward Palkia hits the 2-man knockup. Fish 1 gets the shield to get back out. Dying Shadow comes across, but here comes an aggressive Herald. Might not just be going for the turret, but Palkia will knock it down. Playmaking out of this youngster, continuing to be on display, and it's such a refreshing watch for EDG.
I love just some of the little things we're seeing out of Palkia too, man. Like, that trigger pull, they almost got Senna, but even like being able to turn it into a positive play, taking the Herald like that, and even threatening like, hey, I can go around this turret. We can still take it. We can still make a play because I have ult up. Like, there's a reason where a lot of us are excited about this young player. And it's not like Weibo with Erha last split. I know that Palkia is still kind of being protected by Group Nirvana. Like, we haven't seen him really get challenged yet outside of rookie mistakes, I think is some of the oopsies we categorize from him. But like, this player seems to have intuition, which is not a word I use to describe rookies a lot. And of course, I mean, it's been my job for the last 5 years to watch the Dev League and NACL. I have a pretty good hit rate. Like, you know, with Busio, Masu, and like some of the players we have early access to, I've been really impressed by what I've seen from Palkia. And this is a role too, where sometimes you have to int to learn. And I think that we've seen him just be very smart with how he's done a lot of the little things on the map. I've been very, very impressed by him.
There's a big seismic shove for Haichao as our attention has to gravitate back towards this bot river. Chemtech Soul Point available here for EDG. They don't have control of the mid wave, so they are going to have to secede some vision for now. We do seem like we're gearing up for our first really big 5v5 again, where EDG are just much stronger by this point. Gold is obvious, but it's the items right now that are so much more advantageous.
Before the scoreboard went down, I saw a Black Cleaver completed by Xiaohao. That's significant with the Corky Shred too. And then also that Rylai's with some pen for Angel, that first half of the Void Staff. That completed, as well as levels for EDG. I don't think this is a fight that LNG wants to take, and they don't really have the tools to do so, because all their comp does is just receive. The only way to be proactive is to use this tool, the Talia Wall. So be proactive to try and take the mid-outer turret, going to give the Dragon. I do think that's the right call, but there's no way they have enough control to try and rip this Otacon.
Would have liked to see them, you know, just fully sack the idea of Drake. You know, Zika TP's down to try and cover this. Just sit top lane. Get those waves shoved in. You got 3 grubs. You can
get Gwen farm. I'm with you, Slayer. Yeah. I think that getting Gwen resources, like, that has to be the biggest goal right now for LNG. We did just see the Nashor's Tooth completed by Zika, so that's a good sign, but still a long way away. Rylai's as well for Talia. I think this fight's a little bit scarier for EDG, but still should be EDG favored.
You know what's the scariest thing for so many people? Darkness, and that's exactly what LNG are walking their way into. An Angel over the wall to drop Tibbers on to Xiaofeng, who burns the flash, subjugate, tries to run his way out. He's got a ton of shields and healing coming through as a big flick back does land on. Great job from Haichao. Between Worlds gets dropped for CDC. Gonna try and separate the fight. Push Haichao away from his Gwen. He gets knocked over the wall. Haichao has nowhere to run. Tibbers is hunting him down. Aurora as well. EDG, despite losing their carry, ushering them out of the jungle. Just a bit short on that stun from Angel, but a much closer fight like you might have predicting there, Cubby.
Yeah, I think the close fight was more from some misplays from EDG rather than the inventories, as On was eliminated. I do want to take a second look as to how On went down. I was kind of focused on Angel getting chased out. As you can see, Xiaofeng spots him with the sweeper. The combo comes down to the Trundle. This can be really good because Trundle's squishy before he presses Subjugate, so they get him down pretty low. And on the flip side, that's a really nice flick from Haichao. Honestly makes that fight work, but sadly, the rest of LNG was pretty split. As you can see, Zhuo was hiding to try and, you know, help the Trundle get out, but they weren't connected on the top side, so the squishies were kind of exposed from a big ult from ZDZ. And then Angel just shorting the flash. I think if Angel path to go, like, over the Gromp wall, he might have had a better angle to try and drop that flash if they did want to continue the play. I do want to credit the Trundle from Xiaofeng. I think that, you know, extending the terrain of that corner does help. And, of course, Angel did face plant as that stun fell short. But, hey, no Otacon was taken. And, frankly, if I'm EDG Slayer, I think I just want to wait until Soul spawns.
They are the scaling team, too. This is a Gwen set. So, if you're going even in fights, you know, stalling out neutral takes, it's going to be a winning position, even if you are at a pretty decent gold deficit. Yeah, and I do want to make sure LPL Socials, that was, in fact, Cubby complimenting Haichao. That needs to hit the airwaves as soon as possible.
Don't curse him like that, man. It's been a difficult year for Haichao. It's frustrating because this player can get leads in lane and just can't do anything with it. And that's not what we like to see in League of Legends. We like to see leads turn into something. Whereas with Haichao, it's leads turn into inaction, sadly.
Not so far in this series, at least with our one main fight that we've seen, with that Rallies providing so much value.
He's done his job so far. They didn't find a setup or a play on the Annie, but he's done his job besides that.
So how do you carry that job even further with that Weaver's Wall back up? I'd like to see them maybe try and overload to set up this Gwen again to get kind of free farm or shut down this turret. This is why Aurora is such an annoying matchup. Not just in lane for this Gwen, but ZDZ can just delete these waves. This 2-item Aurora, like, it's the easiest matchup into this Gwen that on 3 grubs you want to be threatening turrets, but it's just at an impasse unless you play to try and get ZDZ out of this lane or kill ZDZ with that Weaver's Wall, like the global threat. We'll see if LNG could try and get towards that. For now, they're playing towards this top river that has all the goodies of neutral objectives.
You can see that Miramana completed by the Corki, and 1 minute until the Soul is on the table for EDGs. So I think if LNG is going to get cheeky at any point, pulling Otacon is a real option for them. But going to be resets coming out, and at least it's LNG resetting first. So if they go for like a full Dragon Vision take here after they catch mid-wave, if EDG does base, they will have priority on this. Okay, they should blitz the bot side jungle. Let's see if LNG is able to read this and do it.
Interesting to see Fish One go for, he's rushing the LDR third, which I do find a bit intriguing. Usually we want to see the IE come through here as that big damage dealer. You still get some damage out of the LDR, but it's not the same as an IE. He's almost done with the LDR as well. He's got the components. So still waiting on those like 2 to 3 item power spikes like you were talking about. Not going to really be there just yet for Zika or Fish One. And this is the biggest spot that you need those damage dealers to provide value for your LNG.
That controls, okay, control ward 4 going on.
That pillar is completely locking Palkia up, but of course the youngster just glides around all the sides. But Jump, son of the backside, Haichao is eating a full combo from Tibbers. Zika teleports in a bit late. Palkia down about half HP, but holds on to the Unbreakable Will as Between Worlds gets dropped down with a set of snare. Locks up ZDZ in place. Palkia goes all in to try and save his top laner. He's going to pay the price, but on finds the trade. In with the Cyclone is Xiaohao, and boy,
so
he just deletes Fish One. That squishy Skenna just gets obliterated. And that's it. That one kill opens EDG back up to a Chemtech Soul at 27 minutes.
The Wukong's so big, and I know that Palkia goes down in the engage, but again, him saving his ultimate opens up the re-engage later on. Only reason that re-engage wasn't bigger was a sneaky Unraveled Earth dropped by Haichao, which prevented the full combo from connecting. You get baby stunned as Alistar when you go through those rocks, but hey, Soul still connects for EDG. And this fight, I mean, Palkia, he pops the Ghost with the Spellbook, keeps his ult, doesn't get Winner's Bited, and then this combo that comes down onto Haichao, yeah, a little bit of an oopsie there, but still, Summoner Bear get some value, and they're at least able to reset, find a fight with ZDZ. You can see the rocks came out, prevented the full combo, but still, it was enough to at least buy time, buy space for Xiaohao to be level 15. He's up a level on the soul laners of LNG each. That's no Otacon taken. That's just what a big Wukong looks like. And a big Wukong, exactly what the doctor ordered for EDG is. Xiaohao has been big, and EDG with that Chem Soul now, likely cruising to a game victory.
Yeah, and it's not going to help that Xiaohao is not far away from what I assume to be a pretty critical GA that he could pick up to just kind of survive and thrive like you talked about.
The luxury item of all luxury items, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Who needs Death Stance? Who needs Sterex? Who needs Sundered Sky? Just GA, guys. It's fine.
See how much critical value that plays. We talked about the unique scenarios we were in, Cubby, with the Drake, the Drakes and the Opticon on the other side of the map. Now we're also in a weird spot where is there any point going to any other lane but top and mid right now? There's Baron and Otacon just chilling a couple paces away from each other, and EDG know it. You can see how they're just investing in overloading on this side of the map. Haichao had to answer that bot wave that was pushing into his tier 2 turret, so he'll have to use that Weaver's Wall if anything kicks off, and right on point.
Hot wave being ditched. Sika doesn't have TP up. I think that Gwen TP has been used pretty liberally. Had a lot of opportunities for the Gwen to actually apply split push pressure.
It feels like it's too late again. They just got vision on it. Xiaohao
Angel?
can't get in. The Tibbers once again whiffed, but hey, we call those zoning ults in this business, and it zoned Xiaohao off the Otacon that's secured by Edward Gaming.
I feel like I'm watching like Antibot, because you know we're making all the right decisions, but we have all the wrong clicks. Sadly, it's Angel.
Oh, how true
Antibot
that is.
was a good old school streamer. I really
Yes.
appreciated Antibot, but
that's a cheeky reference from you. I like that.
it is, yeah, it is. Mechanics can only take you so far, which Antibot, very smart player, very good Annie. Wrote the guide in Annie. For a lot of stuff.
Great decision making can take you even less further if you don't have the clicks anymore.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, so far, great decision making has taken Angel pretty far because the mechanics have not been on point this game, but that's okay. As EDG, they
done for Xiaohao there, by the way.
Yeah, the comp of cows, bunnies, bears, and monkeys. Oh my, has been enough. As,
they've just got their own. They're setting up their own like terrifying zoo for LNG to try and walk into right now.
Yeah. They're kind of making LNG look like. I mean, in my story, Haichao is the Wicked Witch of the West. So you know.
Classic.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hey,
No.
so we're finally seeing Zika split when there's a big objective on the other side of the map. The problem is it's
TP.
not too late for that because it's a Baron. Weaver's also going to keep Palkia on one side. He's to burn the Unbreakable Will. Look how much damage Palkia is going to soak up. And he still is not going to die. The Chemtech Soul, the Unbreakable Will. Palkia just mogged all 5 members of LNG and walks right out. Does stop the Baron, though.
They threw 3 ultimates at the Unbreakable Alistar.
Yup.
Okay. Well, they got some waves in, so honestly, it's not all bad for LNG. They at least stalled and scaled. And this is the scenario that you want to look for if you're LNG. EDG starts an objective, they get the TP out, EDG has to reset, LNG gets to buy some time, they got some waves that die into the turrets, so that means they got more farm. Good for their champ. Zika's in a decent spot on the Gwen. Might be able to carry if given the chance. I think starting Baron is still a little bold. We have not yet reached a break point where we're very happy against
I do think
EDG.
you got to be bold, though, at this point, because you will just get chunked down to death, but you also can just get wrapped to death here as Angel once again takes a ton of early action. Zika with the Needlework is going to jump on top of Angel when a clutch stun comes across. Zika will finally knock down Angel, who wants to be for the rest of the fight on the backside because Xiaohao is once again just running amok with this Cyclone. Haichao going to flash over the wall, but there's nowhere to hide from Xiaohao, who picks up his 6th kill of the game, and he's eyeing a 7th. As Xiaohao will not be able to run away from the wrap. The trickster over the wall, the dash to come down soon. Doesn't even need it. He baps him with the staff from halfway across the lane.
Ton of damage got pumped out in that fight by On, too, on the back half, as Zika did his damnedest to try and deal with the back line, ended up taking down one with him, and I think he played that fight out pretty well, but LNG, we talked about it in the draft, a real lack of proactivity from this comp. The only proactive tool they have is the Weaver's Wall from Haichao. And that Baron start, it's a proactive move you can do to try and draw the enemy team into you, but the response to it wasn't good. And I don't know where the Weaver's Wall is here. Like, Haichao, you can use this to try and cut Angel off, try and buy your team and escape and exit. the flick on the Angel's really nice, but we never really see a Weaver's Ball come out. It doesn't look like it's on. Yeah, looks like it's on cooldown on my screen right now, but then it was off cooldown in the gray screen when they were doing the Baron. I think that was a little bit. I think it's a spectator error. I'm gonna say he had it up.
I think he did.
Yeah, I'm getting stuck on a spectator error. There was a lot of other fight to break down, but the monkey is pretty big, which we've already hit on. So you know,
this is what we like to call slapping your opponent with the wallet when you just dump everything onto the enemy support. But Glacial Fissure
big chunk for Elder.
Wall, get Zhuo out. Senna healing. They're gonna try and tick themselves back up.
Does Palkia have TP? That's my question.
No, he just used that for the Baron.
Oh, okay.
But Angel finally lands the timbers in. There we go. Xiaofeng is down. Elder, a dream that LNG might just get turned into a nightmare as the team fight breaks out onto Xiaohao, who does end up deleting. As I have frozen just like I'm sure Hai Chao is completely frozen. We're getting Huya diffed at the worst time coming.
Go to the Elder. The fight looks good. Oh, no, not back to us. All right.
Just
hit the Elder, EDG. End the game, please, EDG. It looks very EDG favored right now, but hearing from our producers that we're getting Huya diffed a little bit at the moment.
We got Huya diffed.
Okay, well, we're back in time. Slayer catches up. We got 2 on the Elder.
Yep, we got 2 on the Elder, and the other 3 are still winning the fight. It's the meat, potatoes, everything for EDG. As there goes the Elder, and yeah, I think ZDZ wants to see if he can one-shot the Senna with Between World. He's going to go under the turret. Does miss the Q, though, but it doesn't matter, because Angel, he doesn't need to miss his Q. It's point and click, point and flash for ZDZ. Zhuo is down. Baron, Elder, on all 5 members of EDG. Here comes the march into the enemy base to lock up their 11th straight game win in a row.
Can we, Can we nerf Aurora passive? I'm gonna use the last parts of the game for that one.
That's a good notion.
I think it's a good note. Yeah, I think it's time that we take this champ down a peg. Meanwhile, though, EDG gonna take LNG down yet another peg, as the team that is yet to drop a map here in Group Nirvana gonna take care of the team that's yet to win a series in Group Nirvana for this game 1.
The perfect run in Group Nirvana, capped off with a couple bellows of a blue flame. As they will take our lead 1-0 against LNG, eyeing a perfect first round robin start.
I mean, not much else to say when it comes to EDG. They've been solid. I think Palkia had another pretty good performance there. And LNG, well, they took a comp with no proactivity and did nothing proactive in that game. So, besides hit a Baron, which led to their own demise. So that hurts.
Yeah. I think they... I mean, it was already hard to see. We talked about it in the pre-show that LNG, like, cohesive fight decision-making was a problem. But, yeah, we didn't even get to grade that because they draft themselves into... We split push to death and win this game, or we lose. And the split pushing did not work.
Yeah, I mean, again, for LNG, like, they didn't even try and set up the split push. And that's the thing for me, like, a Gwen, Trundle, Taliyah topside, what's the bot lane pairing you want with that? Like, I think a Jhin Rel or just even Senna Rel could have been so much better, at least having more trigger pull that game or something to help set up for Taliyah flicks or a Trundle E, because frankly, Aichao found some flicks with not a lot of setup around him. There's no follow-up there. And Senna Braum, like, you're so reactive in terms of catching everything. Braum doesn't really get to leave lane against Alistar. You have to really respect the power there in terms of him roaming. And if Gwen that wants to farm, Taliyah can move, but Taliyah can never get out of that matchup because you drafted losing mid-jungle duo. Like, I didn't like that setup for LNG. I don't think they had a lot of opportunity to do much in that game besides... I think the best sequence we saw from them was when they forced EDG off the Otacon and just bought themselves 90 seconds to farm. Like, that's probably the biggest highlight of that game, which usually means the draft wasn't set up for success and you didn't play that well, which is kind of what happened with LNG there.
I think it's just also you add in the fact that, you know, Fish One's playing his first couple stage games for the LPL. It seems the way they're picking champions for him right now. Here's the interesting thing, right? You know, K-Man, a great part of our team here. I like to call him such an encyclopedia of all these leagues.
He watches the LDL.
Yeah, he watches the LDL, and he told, I think, Quacks yesterday before the show that, like, hey, Fish One is like a huge, like, he loves to, like, be aggressive and play, like, these aggressive lane picks, and that's how he kind of was, like, impressing in the LDL. Now you bring him out to the LPL, and so far he's played two Senna games, a Corki game, and I believe it was, I'm forgetting the last one from game 2, but it was not, none of these were aggressive like Caitlyn, Draven, Kalista lanes. So what more can you really ask him to do in a draft like this is what I'm trying to say, if you give him Senna.
I mean, that's fair. I think the Senna has some merit in terms of empowering the Gwen Trundle front line, but for me, it's just the Braum pairing. Because, again, you lock yourself into being so, reactive as a team. At least with Rel, you have the ability to move, make some plays, do some stuff, which you just don't see when you go Braum. So, yeah, it was kind of a roughie, again, for LNG. And we've seen this team be able to win at times when Xiaofeng is enabled to play aggressive and do stuff on the map. And it just felt like EDG just drafted all the priority, all the winning lanes. And once we saw the mirrored clears come out from Xiaofeng, well, that secures a pretty stable early game for the Wukong, which he needs. And, man, that Wukong really took off and carried this game in what is likely to be a pog for Xiaohao.
Yeah, I would back that as well. I think Palkia does all the things right in this game that don't come up on the stats. You're going to see these couple of fights, especially this one you called out with, using all of his HP bar effectively. He gets caught. They try to punish him in a couple spots.
Watch this flash, because he breaks vision with this flash against Senna. She was charging up the auto, it doesn't go through. It's one of the champs like Senna Callisto, where if you do break that vision, the autos will not follow. So for me, it's like I keep on seeing some of these little things from Palkia that really impress me in terms of how he's playing support, like even rotating out his vision. We talked about it was defending 2 control wards and then transition 1 in order to secure a path into mid when they were trying to protect bot for a wave. Like, this is really good stuff coming out of this support position. Frankly, I mean, I've said this a lot with the LPL, and like what excited me about the support carousel for this split. I think historically for LPL, you go back like the last 5-10 years of history, I think why they've had trouble against like the LCK and why there was even a stint where Europe was stronger than the LPL, I think that supports the role where they struggled the most. Like in history, when I look back, it's like, wow, Keria just gaps the supports that he faces. It's part of why we're excited about Kael, because he looks like a support that can compete internationally with anyone. Or
100%.
Even Mickey X with G2 or the Fnatic teams. Like Hilliseg and Mickey X were gapping some of the LPL supports. Like, we need to see better supports come out of this region if they want to hoist more international trophies. I think the carousel excited me about that, because some of those supports that are pretty talented got moved up. And I think for this, having Palkia in the league has been a huge highlight for me. Like, this is, for me, one of the most impressive or standout players we had for Group Nirvana, just given what he's been doing in his first split in this group. It's looked really solid.
And you know what even compounds that for me as well is like how much we're seeing the old guard supports that you talked about kind of struggling by this point, right? A lot of people feel like Mako had one of his worst splits in Split 2. Missing loses his job, over to one of those other supports in Wink that gets promoted. It feels like
Jouet was in the tryouts for that too.
Yeah.
I think Jouet definitely made a big splash last split, and been some struggles for FPX, but definitely someone that I'm looking for to like move up in seats, because it feels like he's better than the team he's on right now.
100%.
I know you're on the Jouet train too, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm
even
I'm
Vampire.
all in Jouet.
Vampire's been better than the WE.
Yes. I will admit that. I would be all in on the Jouet train if Kyle didn't exist, for sure. That's the reality. But hey, that's like you talked about. He's the truth on the international stage. So if that's who we're trying to set Jouet up for in the LPL, just this year, the sky's the limit for Jouet for 100%. Let's see if the Cubby predictor on our POG does go the way we're expecting, and it does. Xiaohao earns his 4th MVP of Group Nirvana. Easy to gobble those up if you're EDG players, considering they have won 11 of 11 matches to this point.
Hey man, him and Palkia were, I think, the big difference makers in that game. They had priority, jungle support ran the map, and he got very far ahead of the Trundle. Was up 2 levels before that soul point. So props to Xiaohao. He's been really good this split. I know we've spent a lot of time talking about Palkia and hyping him up for EDG, but Xiaohao has been the strongest member of this team, I'd say, for the entire year, if you look at all 3 splits combined. So another pog for him. Good play on the Wukong, and we'll see what he's got for Game 2.
We'll see what all of EDG has got for Game 2 as they look to try and complete a perfect first-round robin. What that would be, how fun that would be to see. You know what's fun for me to see, though, Cubby? It makes me happy. It's
Coffee?
the support we get with coffee. Yeah, so if you would like to support the LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English product since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We appreciate all the love you guys have given us already on coffee, and we'll continue to appreciate it. And if you don't go check out that link, Matt's going to be watching you. Keep that image in your mind as we go to break.
I didn't mean for this to happen. I was joking that Mako was looking at you and Jackie was pointing, and there's definitely no bias from our broadcast by choosing those two people to be on the coffee, and not, you know, the bigger brands we have in the LPL, but definitely the history of the LPL supports Jackie and Mako, so very fun.
And the history of the LPL English unofficial broadcast will
continues
come
here
through support on coffee. And we'll continue forward tonight as we move into Game 2, LNG EDG, after the break. Back in a flash here with our taste of Group Nirvana today as our teams in this smaller group complete their first round robin. And if this game goes EDG's way, they would complete their first round robin a perfect 12-0 in game score there, Cubby.
I hate to break it to you, but it'd be a perfect 10-0 with Slayer.
10-0, sorry. Yeah,
it's 6 teams. No, it's fine. We messed up before. I also like how you open up with a taste of Group Nirvana. We might have been a couple seconds less wait coming back to live because we were talking with our producers, continuing our very important candy conversation.
It's evolving.
I did not realize that there were that many flavors of Kit Kat available. I've really only had like 2 flavors of Kit Kat in my life, which I'm now disappointed.
There are so many. Like they I don't know how to describe my favorite one. If anyone out there knows, shout out. They called it the gold flavor, and I'm now remembering what it is. It's like the top half is dark chocolate, and then the bottom half is like milk chocolate, and then it's the wafer that you always have. So I had those once, and I ate the entire bag. I will admit that it was like
you're giving me a promotional idea, like if they ever remade Goldfinger for James Bond, like the Kit Kat Goldfinger bar. That's you have one gold and one in Bond's side, whatever Bond has.
Oh yeah, true. Well, speaking of like offshoots, you
probably get more out there.
Yeah, we're waiting for the draft. You mentioned Hershey's. Like, yeah, the normal Hershey bar is like fine, it's just chocolate, but I'm glad you called that out. Is the cookies and cream Hershey was on? Sorry,
I did. That was a favorite of Kai's as well, as we got Kai helping us behind the scenes, and I will say he has great taste in candy bar from what we based on our last conversation.
Oh my god.
That said, while we draft candy bars behind the scenes, we do have to wait for draft to come up for our game 2, and we'll see if LNG's draft can be a little bit better and a little bit more proactive, because we did not like the candy bars they picked for themselves last time around. It was pretty tough.
They were all stale. They were, brittle, I would say.
They needed a Milio in there, little campfire action.
Yep, 100% to heat them back up. We'll see, though, as we
Rumble's taken away. That's a little bit of fire taken out of the pool.
Yeah, there you go. There's a little bit of fire. I'm curious, LNG were banning away a lot of, like, coveted B1 picks in that first game. They banned the Varus on blue side, which, again, I feel like is just the best AD carry. And if you want to
also banned Azir.
Yeah, also banned Azir.
Not this time around. If you want to get
Fish one a comfort pick, like, the guy has to know Azir. I mean, has to know Varus, so why not?
Everyone has to know Varus if you're going to be playing AD, because he is the most B1able AD, as you have 2 builds that are very viable. Even though I'm quite biased against on-hit Varus, but I think we've talked about that a lot. I think it's really tough. Some of these early Fearless games with a lot of the champions being picked to just get autos off and get autos down. We've seen Sivers struggle with that of late, I think, in particular. And yeah, we'll see if Varus ends up making an appearance here. As Pantheon has also not been banned out, so I think that you're a little bit more pressured to ban Pantheon than ban Varus, but also really want to test yourself as EDG. You might as well let the Pantheon through and then try and play, like, I think playing Xin Zhao Varus into that's pretty viable. So yeah, they're going to ban Ryze.
They're also going to Viego, which they like tried to ban away, but yeah.
It's definitely Pantheon. First pick Panth. Yeah, here comes Varus Xin is the move I'd make, and I think we're very happy with this as EDG.
Fortune Teller. Oh,
that works too.
Jarvan Cataclysm would work well with the Chains of Corruption behind it. If you really want to, now we're just having fun with hovers. I expect the Xin Zhao to come through here. What do you want to see, though? The question is, as we talk about proactivity, Cubby, next to this Pantheon to continue pushing it, because it can't just be Xiaofeng that brings this. It's not enough.
So look, I gotta say, Pantheon, this has been the creme de la creme that everyone's been banning on red side so far. It's 66 bans. It's the highest presence champion that we have in LPL. And he's 5-2 when he's gotten through, so there is a lot of strength. We haven't seen him in NACL. I mean, Pantheon's been getting banned everywhere. It's because of the global strength that he brings. But I think Xin Zhao stat checks him. And honestly, if you look at Pantheon, the trend before MSI, his win rate in the top 4 regions was going down from patch to patch if we look at Split 2. So I think that for me personally, the Pantheon priorities surprised me a little bit. But I also think that what MSI revealed to me is just how important proactivity is in the meta. And between how strong you are at level 4, how strong you are with making plays across the map once you hit level 6, Pantheon is the signature champ at doing that. So we'll see if Xiaofeng can really be the carry for the team that he needs. His early game continues to be the theme here for LNG. Jhin locked in with a Renekton on the top side for Zika. Real choice now for EDG, whether they want to secure an answer to the Renekton or secure priority elsewhere by taking a mid or a support.
ZDZ, I'm potentially just trying to nullify that top lane as much as possible, but I am very much so a fan of LNG's draft so far. Obviously, the proactivity check has been passed, but playing, 2 dive-heavy top-side champions behind a Jhin, it's always a great recipe. He's Curtain Call, the Deadly Flourishes, those sneaky setups that this champion brings, along with the safety for Fish 1. His first Jhin game on the LPL stage. Cassante comes across, and now we move into that second phase of bans. Cubby, what are you looking to see both these teams prioritize with support open on both sides?
Rel. I think Rel for Palkia. Wouldn't be surprised if they try and set something up for that. As, ooh, they're going to take Silas away. That tells me they actually might want to blind mid. Maybe it's an Angel Victor, as Angel's Victor has been very good this split. And this year. 1-0 this split, but has been a pick that he's been using throughout the year. Very good win rate in split 2. I think he was 5-1 on the champ, something like that. As, yeah, both these picks tell me that, like, Victor Orianna is going to be something of that nature.
Yep.
For Angel mid.
And LNG, maybe you want to throw a Rel ban down here. I do think EDG's comp could really relies on a huge primary engage from Palkia that is right in his wheelhouse. So the Renata ban is intriguing. I guess it's a Pantheon Renekton. Like, Renata gets a lot of value. They're going to take the Nico away as well. Yeah, I think this is the freest Rel lock-in I've seen. But
they're scared of the R5 because they know that's probably going to be a Victor showing here, which Victor is secured. So, yeah. Orianna into it, and if you leave that matchup in isolation, Victor wins in the long haul, but with pressure and Pantheon, it should be a winning mid-jungle duo. That said, I think that Xin Victor is very playable into this. I mean, you steal the Rel, but now Nautilus comes out for Palkia. It's either going to be that or Rakan. I would prefer Nautilus here. I think the knockup's valuable, and Rakan has some difficulties going up against a Panth, Renekton, and a Rel, so I think Naut's just the only pick that's really up and available for Palkia.
I think Nautilus. Ooh,
that's the other one.
Poppy really good if you want to provide peel.
Okay.
I like this. I like this a lot because you see Renekton, a Pantheon with Ori Ball flying in, and the Rel. Like, everyone except Fish One's gonna be flying at your backline with this Victor, like you pointed out. So why not just cancel some of those dashes, play safety?
I think you can really neuter a lot of the power of Pantheon too, because you can charge up the Keeper's Verdict to launch Pantheon whenever he lands, or take away his flash whenever he lands to get out of that. Not to mention the Steadfast Presence, the interaction with Panth Stun where he stalls in place. And for me, it's important whenever you draft Pantheon, you have to be able to win the front line. So I will give LNG some credit. I think the Renekton pairing and the Rel pairing with that, those two go in. This is going to be a very big, powerful front line early on. Whereas the scaling is going to be in the hands of EDG. They have Cassante Victor scaling to try and balance out the early game Varus that we expect to be poke to bridge them into the later stages.
Like it. I like to see that Palkia again is put in a position to play such a coveted role. This youngster that has idolized Edward Gaming for over a decade, now in prime position to maybe bring them back to the forefront of bigger LPL conversations than just, oh yeah, what's going on in Group Nirvana? No, could become, oh yeah, who's a threat from Group Nirvana? A good way to do that would get to that 10-0 mark. 5-0 perfectly through the first round robin. We'll see if they can get it done here as we get set to go on to Summoner's Rift. But nonetheless, at least going into this game 2 for LNG, we're going to see a more proactive early game out of them.
Yeah, they did draft for it, so I'm just going to have to see if they can play for it. Actually have some winning matchups now. I still really like the strength of Renekton in the meta, especially this Cassante matchup. Definitely one where you opt to play for the team fights and the scaling. Renekton can win early on, so like the fact they're giving Zika some of that power. Still a strong point of LNG, a player that we still think is strong in the LPL. Let's see what him and LNG can do to try and find that win.
But appealing Palkia already on it, getting the flash out of Xiaofang. Catches him on the corner of that mid wall. And
I love that setup, man.
That's going to neuter some early game action from LNG nonetheless. Oh my god, High Chow. We can never walk up there, my friend. We're going to have to flash this knockup.
Jungler's spacing.
Lightning start. All right, that's flash out of the mid-jungle duel for LNG.
I really love this level 1 from EDG. Not only did Palkia set up that wallbang onto the Pantheon, which was very clearly a scripted play, as Xin Zhao standing far back enough to kind of bait Panth in, and Xiaofang took it. But also, he had Cassante walk bot and drop that trinket. That is Cassante's trinket used for bot priority. So while Palkia was setting that up, they still managed to make a play that helped them secure bot lane priority so that Varus could hit the wave first. Wins across the board for EDG as they get jungle flash, mid flash, and make sure that the opening to this lane looks like this.
Synergy just so on point here for EDG. It's like,
Very impressed, man.
yeah, it's such a they don't look like a Group Nirvana team at
No.
all, the way they play the map.
This is a really creative and clever level 1, and this is what kind of gives us hope for EDG to be more than just a Group Nirvana team that's going to make it into the playoff play-in. We actually think this team could make it to playoffs. Like, this is creative, just good League of Legends that we're seeing out of them, and a lot of it's coming from their young player in Palkia. It's actually been exciting to watch. It's been a fun storyline for Group Nirvana.
Carry that very fun level 1 through, but level 2 ticks across for Zhuo and Fishwan. Deadly Flourish does land there onto On, so they're going to be able to get this push in. We do have Xiaohao pathing bot to top. He is spotted clearing out his chickens, so they'll know that he is on the bot side of the map. So Fishwan and Zhuo should be pretty aware of that as this wave bounces back towards them.
Actually, we see Xiaohao going for some skip camps here. Will be spotted out by this ward. Doesn't have a sweeper. This will be spotted by Xiaofeng, but keep in mind, it's no flash on the Pantheon.
Yeah.
And red buff already secured for Xin. Yeah, he's just chasing us all the way down.
It felt like the Xin Zhao could just stat check his Pantheon, so...
Not at this point of the game, though. That's the interesting part. Yeah.
With red buff, maybe, but yeah.
Yeah.
Full supports. Swinging on over to try and hover as the bottom lane wave gets back to about a neutral set. So Xiaofeng does, I believe I don't know if he could fully complete his Krugs. He started on them.
He got him. There was one that was yoinked away from him.
They're really trying to knock Xiaofeng out of his tempo.
Yeah, this has been a very heavy investment from EDG. I mean, Xiaohao is going to be down 2 camps by the end of this, depending on whether or not he's able to secure this. Smite was not used by Xiaofeng on the Krugs too, so clever. TP coming in.
Haichao is TPing behind. The reset coming through there, but EDG are really sacking a lot for this red buff. First one goes over to Xiaofeng, traded out by Xiaohao. Haichao's trying to rush down from the top, from the mid lane as the cleanse comes across. Fishwan able to get 1 kill as the AD carries go back and forth, but Haichao's teleport is going to give feats of warfare and the fight win to LNG. And guess who survives? Gubby through all of it.
It's Zhuo. Yeah, it's Zhuo and red buff. Yeah, you caught me off guard with the red buff there. I was not thinking about the PvE first. Let's think about the people, Slayer. But no, bit of a surprise there that EDG committed so hard in so many waves just to try and make that play. I do think that the play could have been better for them. If we get a replay, yeah. Xiaohao is really close to getting a Triumph reset here on the last takedown. I think that W wasn't the best from Xiaohao. Maybe could have angled it a little bit better to get more members. I couldn't exactly see the damage, but the focus here is good. The double flash commit, really clutch Q there from Zhuo, because again, I think if Jin goes down, Xin Zhao gets more health back, and then if he's able to auto and, you know, keep on getting through a support, there's a chance that Zhuo falls to the Xin there too.
Ooh, good cleanse from On to sidestep the Deadly Flourish, and now Palkia has the wrap with Xiaohao here, and we're back to the early game mania. Ooh. The alcove gonna send Zhuo packing soon. No flash, no summoners, good Deadly Flourish, but the fleet of arrows comes down from On, and just like that, the kills are equalized.
Good response here from Xiaofeng, and given the early dance from the junglers, it is the Pantheon that's going to benefit a lot from this. As you properly called out, Slayer, the red buff was not taken. So Xiaohao did put himself behind with that. He's losing out on his respawn Raptors, and you're going to see Pantheon take him. And yeah, Xiaofeng immediately going to try and come through mid to actually play this. So a choice now for EDG. Do they want to try and skirmish with the Victor into the Orianna, which is not great right now, given that Orianna has a blue buff, or... Gonna play for this. Oh, they got Palkia too.
Flash for Palkia to get the stun, but Xiaofeng also has his flash back up. He goes right over that Raptor's wall. So Palkia gonna just continue trading flash timers with the LNG jungler.
That's worth it, man. You got Hex Flash up as Poppy. You don't really need it in this Rel Jin matchup, so I know it doesn't lead to a kill on the Xiaofeng, but still, I think a proper trade from Palkia. Speaking of trades, Zika taking a very deep TP up top. And is at a point in this matchup with the Phage on Renekton where you can try and play this one a little bit. Renekton should win around 6 if you play your dominance correctly, so I think it's a good break point for Zika.
That red buff finally goes down. Xiaofeng finally gets to collect his entire bot side jungle on his own. Palkia's to try to be as playmaking as possible. A lot of damage on the Zhuo there. The double longsword doing a lot for On. Clutch work comes across and spots Xiaofeng, looking for an angle of his own. So Xiaofeng spot on that bot side. Doesn't look like Xiaohao can get much though on the cross map. Just some camps to clear out. His own red bot.
Well, it looks like we had a Shockwave mid too as Haichao wants a base. So at least jails Victor a little bit. But no play being called on that bot side. And a good trade on the Zhuo from Palkia and a good ward from On as the EDG bot lane syncs up their Slayer. And managed to play a little bit of defense. And a game where, again, a little bit of a different flavor this game. EDG, a little bit more scaling. With the Victor, with the Cassante, I think slowing down the game okay for them. Just trying to use the Varus to kind of bridge the rest of the team to those later fights where they're going to feel pretty good.
With all the action rolling early, does mean our neutral objectives get a little bit of a backseat, so we're into a spot that I like to call pre-grub change spot, where we're going to have first grubs and first Drake at the same time. You don't usually get that anymore. Palkia continuing to look to cover this mid lane as EDG's bottom lane swings over to match. We'll see where these junglers' priorities really lie, because we are definitely going to have first 3 grubs and first dragon up at the same time.
Yeah, I think that a trade away is better here for EDG. I don't want to fight into Renekton at this point of the game. Like, he pops dominance in this fight, and he's just massive. So I think that any sort of trade for EDG, I'm down to give up first 3 grubs for the Drake. I think that's probably the best case scenario in the trade that is being given to them by LNG right now.
They're going to start with camps and then work their way back towards that dragon. A couple of pings coming down towards Haichao. This is kind of a cool dive target, but good play on him to realize, hey, my jungler and support are top side looking to make their own play. I need to play safe on this side of the map. And ZDZ, there's no way for you to really play safe anymore, buddy. You are going to get routed, even if you're trying to run away from that tier 1 turret. Going to flash away from the crash town, but it still ends up landing. Goes all out to pull Zhuo under turret, and the spear not going to do enough damage. ZDZ able to absorb a ton of pressure on his own.
Yeah, really well played by ZDZ there, as was able to use the Unstoppables, plural, in order to survive. I thought that once he got caught by that pant stun on the back half of his first W, he'd go down, but I think ZDZ played that about as well as he could to sneak his way out of there. So well done. Still waves being lost and ZDZ being set behind a little bit, so going to be a happier game for Zika, who continues to cruise towards that Black Cleaver.
That's going to be huge. Zika likely to be one of those first guys to get to first item break point. Chains of Corruption going to force the cleanse there and heal. Fishbone and Zhuo giving respect over to On. So as we talk about first item power spikes, this poke Varus, whatever lethality item he ends up grabbing up here is going to give him a ton of burst and give him that edge over Fish 1 in these early windows. This is why we just talk endlessly about Varus as a champion.
Delete waves, man. That's what you sign up for. You're doing a good job deleting these. This is pretty well played.
Heavily, yeah.
Yeah, that was really well played by ZDZ, actually.
Double
Got
grasp.
a couple of, yeah, double grass proc and buffered the Q3 with a stun himself. So well done. Don't think this is a timer EDG want to fight on, given the Roa from Victor.
Yeah, this is also the moment where ZZ can feel comfortable fighting Zika before that Black Cleaver comes across.
Yeah.
Or at least trying to bait out the dominance, because once that Black Cleaver comes through, it's a rough lane here for Cassante. We got a bunch of pings on this bottom side. Palkia
Hex Flash.
get cheeky with the Hex Flash. It's going to cut off Xiaofeng and Zhuo, and hello, surprise! 3v2 right on top of your doorstep, but luckily they knock up Palkia enough and stun him in before he can create any more havoc.
I think if Palkia is able to get off a steadfast presence there, then that's the person that he's able to wallbang, but instead, just given the fog, couldn't react to the Pant W, but has laid another trap. See if LNG's aware.
Jumps lightning from Xiaohao. On to swing over, but it's actually going to be the engagement out here from LNG with the current call behind. Haichao Shockwave going to find the kill. Both supports traded out. Pressing Gar to make sure no more damage comes across from that current call, and we handshake, dropping our supports.
A little bit more burn there to get Palkia down, but I'd say overall, still a decent play from LNG. But we've yet to see a grand Skyfall, or Starfall, I should say. And
No
curious
Bond
to
movie.
see
No more Bond movies. You said Skyfall.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that and Old League, sadly, as always.
Not a bad combo to have stuck in your head permanently. I can't lie.
No, I mean, Sean Connery Bond films, I think, still hold up.
Don't get me started on Daniel Craig Bond films. That's the guy that I go to bat for.
I mean, that might be like an LPL gold graph in terms of his films and his releases. It started off good. It did.
Yeah, no, there were definitely some duds. I would say it's a classic. It's like a canyon, you know. It's like Casino Royale. My lord, amazing.
Outstanding.
And then the way they end the series.
Next film. What was the next one again?
It was, oh my god, it was Quantum of Solace. That one was bad.
The one after that I thought was still good. Or like the first two they released with Craig were still good. I was gonna make the joke that like after the second film, that's like the best comparison for me is like that's when Top Esports went to First Stand, or like when Daniel Craig's Bonds went to First Stand.
Cubby, the third one's Skyfall.
Okay, after that, that's when Top Esports, like, that's when they won LPL and Split 1. Yeah. And then after that, they won the First Stand. That's what happened the rest of the Craig
I think I'm just
films.
slowly convincing you there's a lot of great Daniel Craig Bond films. What's happening here.
I think everyone says that Casino Royale and Skyfall are good.
Oh,
and then the rest were just not really.
If you haven't checked out the last one again, make sure to watch the last one. Am I blanking on the name of it? Yes, but I still think it was a perfect end to the Bond series. We are far from a perfect end to this game, too, for really either team. Still stuck pretty neutral by this point, with a Cloud Drake spawning in about 45 seconds. Rift Herald a little bit further behind, but take a look at a lot of first items coming through here, and even despite that Black Cleaver not there for Zika, able to grapple control the top lane, and will finally get the Black Cleaver on this reset.
Double reset coming out, so we might be thinking about a dragon fight here. As we'll see if ZDZ is able to get an Iceborne Gauntlet. I think that's, yeah, you'd pref that plus the Bramble is where you want to be. So props to ZDZ, still doing a decent job in this matchup. Doesn't have the steel caps to match yet, but Inner Renekton is about the best build, or the best you can do going in, if you want to hang in there as the Cassante. And starting to see Angel get a little bit more strength towards him with that mask. So gonna be some health shredding going on against the Rel, Pantheon, and the Renekton. Definitely gonna be necessary. Just don't know if EDG want to fight this dragon. I think this is one that I would give away to LNG and continue to scale. I think you're okay getting Aurora stacks, tier stacks, and hoping to get to 2 items before you really pull the trigger, because the Pantheon Renekton still scares me a lot. I don't think EDG's topside can really deal with that yet, with the lead that Xiaofeng has, and looks like EDG kind of agrees.
Yeah, and the fact that Fish 1 goes for the Ogre's Rush too, so that early game extra damage we always talk about with the Varus in those lethality builds, also going to be matched by Fish 1. He is also, on top of that, indexing further into how LNG want to win and snowball from this point on. But now that we crest 15 minutes, Cubby, you got to really start stressing LNG to capitalize on this Jhin build that's a little more early game centric, and like you talked about, the Pantheon, the Renekton, Orianna Shockwaves, because this game late is scary for LNG.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this game pretty casually. While we have, it has been a CS lead emerging for Angel and a CS lead emerging for the Varus, so not great for LNG's hopes. I expect the Renekton lead to be where it's at. This is about on par with the matchup. The rest, not really.
Yeah, they're going to index it into playing for that Herald, right? Again, I don't know if EDG are ever in a spot to try and fight for this. Palkia gets some advancing wards down as Zhuo throws a combo to try and hold him in place. Keeper's Verdict could play pretty pivotal. Did have a reset come out from Haichao. He has teleport. Remember, he just used a shockwave. There's no shockwave if a fight breaks out.
Yeah, this is really good poke so far. As, yeah, Haichao rotating for this. I think this is a fight that LNG wants, given no shockwave. Gonna bring the victor in, and a Herald fight it is. So keep your eyes out for this Renekton Pantheon. I think the front line needs to win. They still should be stronger right now. This poke from Varus is really starting to add up. I love how EDG is playing this.
Change corruption. Xiaofeng gonna have to burn the E. They're trying to force him out of the pit, but he still smites away the Herald. Keeper's Verdict does knock the AD carry out, and that means that Zhuo goes down. So EDG, they're gonna be able to deny the eye, and LNG actually come away with nothing.
I mean, LNG, they kind of let themselves get poked out pretty badly there. I think that Joao, especially early on, before the TPs came in, took a lot of unnecessary damage. And again, we've seen like this is a Pantheon Rel Renekton team. We have yet to see a Grand Starfall even casted Slayer. What's the game plan here for LNG? Like, when and where do they want to pull this trigger? Because we're not using the strength of this top side at the moment, and that surprises me and concerns me.
And the thing about it is, there's a clear side lane to try and punish this, right? You have Orianna Pantheon. At least be threatening this gank, Grand Starfall gank, on Angel. Like, this guy should not be allowed to have flash up.
He's getting tanky. Yeah, they haven't taken Victor's flash away once either.
Now they're going to put Zika up against him. Like, we need to be punishing this Victor constantly if we're indexing this much into the mid game. They're going to catch Palkia just trouncing around for some vision. He's 1v3 right now. It's taking a hot minute to find the kill, and Xiaofeng will grab that. So Palkia, classic rookie mistake there, I would say.
Yeah. Everyone's in base, and he's also managed to match their base with a gray screen. So, oopsie there for Palkia. Didn't have control. Bases. Yeah, yeah, that's what we're choosing. Didn't have control over that side of the map. Does get punished for it. Another kill goes over the Pantheon, but that's still on. Has the most gold in the game. He's got a Miramana in base maybe now. He walks out of base. Yep, there it is. So, I mean, I think that they, like, effectively, the goal of the Varus is to bridge into the Victor and the Cassante. I'm looking at that Varus. He looks pretty strong right now. I'm looking at that Victor and Cassante, and they're looking to be pretty strong later. They've not been set behind yet in this game, Slayer.
Nope.
And alarm bells are starting to go off here for LNG.
Don't even have they don't even get the Herald to try and open up these lanes. They haven't knocked down these turrets. And again, we might get to 20 minutes, and Xiaofeng has not casted ultimate on this Pantheon. The B1 pick that LNG wanted for Xiaofeng, who's been all of this team's creative
Scrim
juices
God
in
pick.
the engage.
Yeah, that's why Pantheon's a Scrim God pick, guys. You're Thanos level 4, level 6. You can make whatever play you want, however fast you want it. Yeah, I've seen Xiaofeng do a couple of good things, but gonna have to do more.
You know, nice little death brush, but ZDZ just tanky enough. At least it's gonna allow them to grab this first brick. They don't actually need it though, to get feats of strength. They already had it. Oh, okay. Palkia using the turret against Fishbone, but a good flash cleanse gets him out. Curtain call turn. Not gonna be able to kill off Palkia as long as On blocks for him. Got a little dicey at the end. Whoa! Hello? Don't know how he ended up without his crash out, and his flash, and his ignite, and his health bar. There he goes. Xiao finds that pickup. Haichao here off to the side has the shockwave if he wants to look for it. No Starfall, no shockwave still from LNG.
Well, Dragon's about to spawn, so if we're saving cooldowns, could be good for that, Slayer.
Let's see if he does it. See if he takes.
I like this. We're not playing to the Dragon, but that's an ult.
All right.
ZDZ's dead for Dragon.
Yep. Let's see how long he lasts.
Is it worth it?
Oh, no. Okay, he pulls a 1v1. Shockwave still follows the Renekton. Able to use the stun. All out for ZDZ. Means he's going all the way back to Fountain, but you kind of like the trade EDG get here.
I'll take Dragon. I'll take Roa completed on Victor and free farm and a turret.
Yeah.
I do not think that burning 3 ults to kill a Cassante and a TP and Grand Starfall to lose Dragon and an outer turret, I do not think that is worth it, Slayer. Call me a League of Legends conspiracy theorist, if you dare.
That's one of those trades that, you know, we said the MLB trade deadline. There's that account that's like, we see this as an overpay trade. This was an overpay for LNG.
This was an overpay.
Top side, yep.
I agree. I mean, they don't get any turrets for it. They just kill Cassante. At least they're utilizing the strength of their top side.
How did die here? Oh, he just face
he gets Zins out. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a nice cancel by Xiaohao. Well played. You can buffer that one as well, but you have to W as you get knocked up. So like as you eat the knock up, you W then. Like, I believe you can buffer your way out of it.
Not what happened for Mr. Joao. Gold is dead even, but again, want to stress that's got to bring huge smiles to the face of everyone gaming by this point, because you mentioned the row is completed. Both the scale aspect items for Angel are done. So now he gets to do the fun part. get himself a fancy hat, maybe. Get himself some just raw AP.
It's a void.
Where
Yeah. He's going to go pen so that he'll have pen when it's needed. Is Palkia,
Okay,
flash for flash
Palkia.
again.
Steadfast Presence does cancel out the stun from Xiaofeng because Keeper Verdict both engaging members off of him, but he's going to be eating some curtain call bullets. Sidesteps the last two, but Haichao teleports in, secures the kill into Palkia, who is starting to get punished for some of his over-aggressive positions.
I think they have to start Otacon. You can see Angel has no TP. He's walking down right now. ZDZ is going to pull it just to try and play around with the patience a little bit and see if it can eat some put early damage in the LNG. But if I'm LNG, I'd pull the trigger on this. Palkia might be, it has no spellbook, so can't TP back, and you have a 5v4. Any stall for EDG is good here, as, yeah, on poke is deadly. This is tricky for LNG. I think they're too slow at the start, yeah. I love how EDG is, like, playing this, too. They understand they don't have to do it or complete it. They just have to poke, and now if they pull it towards their top side, they could just get a free Otacon.
They didn't reset it.
They need to pull it. Pantheon's too low. You pull this, for sure.
Yep. Watch on the side and continue to dole out tons of damage to the poke as Angel is here as well. But the Shockwave lands on the 2 on is down. Haichao makes the play happen. All out comes out from ZDZ and pulls Ro away. Zhao Hao is using the Crescent Guard to buy himself a lot of space. The Otacon has still yet to reset as the re-engage comes across onto ZDZ, but he flashes back towards his turret. Zika takes a TP shot to the face as Angel going to drop the Arcane Storm to force Xiaofeng away from the Otacon. Great use of the Victor Ultimate to secure Otacon for EDG. Palkia trying to give chase. Zhao Hao has a full HP bar, but the wind becomes light and going to go wide. And LNG are not going to pay any bigger of a price.
I mean, great trigger pull from Haichao, right? Like, LNG tried to get something off that, just couldn't, Slayer. As it really was Angel who, I know it was Haichao that made the flashy play, but what do you guys to keep an eye on Angel just in the long haul of this fight? Because I think he did a lot to just pump out damage and make sure that everything got traded back, as LNG did step up and did find some positives. So he forced out Pantheon off screen, and then that laser on the Zhuo is fine, but I love how he repositions here. Because yes, LNG is reaching for this, but by repositioning where Angel is now, he's cutting everyone else off. And they've burned all their tools where they can no longer walk through and even like really pressure the Victor. Angel understanding that, I think that walk just to pressure them, it's small but very well played. And that damage, the Varus Victor, that damage added up over time. Made sure that that Otacon was secured by EDG. Those 29 flowers worth almost a level, or half a level, at least. You can see that showing the experience bars now.
And what also comes away from that for EDG is their tank, ZDZ, absorbs, what, beats a Shockwave, full Dominus combo from Zika. It really felt like LNG, if they had made that kind of play earlier, 5 minutes earlier, around like a Herald or a Dragon, it would have went way better. But it just feels a little too late by this point.
I agree. Their Jhin went for the pew pew damage build. And
full water gun.
Pantheon, Renekton, kind of fall off from here. Pantheon, for sure. Like I think this is the point of the game where like I'd rather have Xin Zhao. I just think Xin is so brutally strong in fights. And EDG's ahead, so even scoreboard. They're up a Drake, up Otacon. I think EDG is very happy with the game state they're in. Angel's going to start to be very impactful in these fights. He already has been. As Empowered Crab secured, Vision wiped, and EDG going to look at this Dragon.
There they go. Started it on up. You're going to draw it out of the pit as well. Keep in mind, in your picture-in-picture, Zika is knocking onto a tier 2 turret. So EDG are under pressure. They got to make up their mind. He's going to try and make sure the turret gets low enough. TP into the middle of EDG. This is a pretty outrageous TP to go for. He's going to eat the Graviton well immediately. The dominance from Nectin gets 0 value. The Shockwave hits on the 3 members, but Zhao Hao protects him with the Crescent Guard. They re-engage on the Xiaofeng, who jumps into the back line. It's pandemonium. Complete disconnect there from LNG. The exact problems we highlighted for this team, sting them in this Dragon take.
I mean, this is just like an FF fight from LNG, man. Like, they're so split. Like, the engage they tried to take on the pincer, the Jhin Orianna are not even close. And I know that Jhin can interact with Curtain Call, and the Shockwave is able to interact, but you can't put down any real damage or like abilities besides that in the replay. Just given where LNG took the fight, and that doesn't even go to mention the fact that Zika TP'd to his death with that angle. I think part of it just being that the angle they took, again, the carries couldn't join. And LNG went from a game where they did nothing and lost to a game where they had to be proactive in order to win, and they have done nothing again.
Very little. Yeah, I'm curious to see this replay back because I still think if that TP's fine from Zika, if you Pantheon
no way
ult
it's
first,
fine, though. Yeah.
But like if you Pantheon ult and crash down to cover this, maybe, but they're just not on the same page.
I think Pantheon was canceled by ZDZ off. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. I mean, again, at this point of the game, look at Pantheon versus Victor. This guy just gets melted. Like yeah, like the power window where you can actually win these fights, as you kind of called out with the last fight around Otacon Slayer, it's just gone. And LNG leaves us disappointing, but also leads us to the series that's actually going to be more fun. Second, leads us to a faster path there with the play we've seen from them today, based on them versus EDG. Sadly, this has gone to expectation.
Yep.
Like, this game is close on the scoreboard, Slayer, but it's never felt close.
Well, you know, it's just sometimes, Cubby, you got to eat an Almond Joy before you can enjoy your Milky Way, your Kit Kats, and your Twisties. I mean, that's just the reality of this firm LNG.
I mean, they do share the colors of Almond Joy as well.
I don't think there's any pink in Almond Joy, is there? Or are you just saying the blue?
Oh, the blue-white for sure.
I
think there's a Herald, no? Isn't there like a red?
I don't know. I despise
I mean,
Almond
close
Joys.
enough.
I don't think I've eaten one in a
I
decade.
despise Almond Joys too.
There you go. We're not the ones to ask about the color palette on the marketing scheme behind Almond Joys.
I feel like Almond Joys are more of a punishment than an enjoyment.
I would absolutely agree with you, and I know that's pissing some people off, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Just like LNG are gonna have to deal with all their outer turrets going bye-bye.
I think we're only going to see one more Grand Starfall cast in this one.
Yep.
And it's going to be the final fight for EDG.
We might not even see it. I think he might just have to.
No, we're going to see it. I have enough confidence in LNG. We're at least going to see another Pantheon ult cast.
Oh,
yeah, here we go. Is this it?
And hey,
oh, they caught on.
It catches on. And
okay,
it's good.
We're going to see two. We're going to see at least one more Grand Starfall. At least one more. As we punish the split recall from On and EDG.
That's one Baron off the table. But look at the items for mainly Angel and now also ZDZ.
I mean, again, it looks nice on the scoreboard for Hai Chao. We're just it's in an isolation.
It's another elimination game where Hai Chao gets like 4 early kills, and then you ask, where has Hai Chao gone? The exact thing happened on his Aurora against Sulta Prime last night.
Yeah. I blame Hai Chao and LNG for the Dragon fight. With him being in Narnia, I think that where his teammates took that one was tough. I will not fully blame Hai Chao for that one. It's actually been a decent game for Hai Chao.
Yeah. I mean, it's always decent early games.
Yeah, sadly, Angel is on the late game victor and is in a better game state. So, good luck, LNG.
Yeah, get got. We'll see.
I wish this team would at least do something and then lose. You know, like, it's so much more painful to do nothing and lose than it is to, like, at least try and lose. Like, Ultra Prime, they're the team that tries and then loses. Yeah. LNG is a team that, you know, doesn't try and do stuff and they still lose. And that's why Ultra Prime found their 2-1 last night.
True.
Honestly.
No, you're totally right. The game one they win.
It's sad.
The game one they win is where they actually are able to play a comp that is fine waiting with space. Like the Senna comp had enough time, Diego had enough time, but those are so finite scenarios, so finite scenarios you get in LPL games, Group Nirvana games. And this is what the rest of them look like. And right now, the reality is, Ocean Soul's up for the taking in about 15 seconds. Baron has knocked off the board, but EDG, whenever they want to fight, unless it's really unstable, like Palkia having to burn Flash, they should win. And even at that, Palkia eats a Curtain Call, a Shockwave, all that proactivity that you wanted from LNG.
LNG, please hit the dragon. If you do not hit the dragon, we're going to have problems. Because Palkia is going to reset and come back with full health bar. And you have already eaten enough Varus poke where this is bad, but it's only going to get worse with the Varus and the Victor Lasers coming out. At least don't make it worse enough where Palkia is going to be there too. Zika has had a nice angle to kind of flank their way in. EDG is looking for him.
It's a double flank. They're double wrapping this burrito here. Low comes through first. Crash down onto 2 members. Immediate Zanya's out from Angel. And Zika gets punted. That's a clutch keeper's verdict coming across from Palkia again. And it's just kind of hard to watch. LNG are getting run over by a 16-wheeler known as
where was
EDG.
Panth, man? Panth is just like sitting there waiting there for his team to lose. I at least flash in and follow up with a pincer, man. I want to replay just to see if Xiaofeng was even able to get in there. Because I know that he doesn't have access to ult, but like, at least go in and fight. It's Ocean Soul, man. Like, this is game. And this is the issue I have with LNG throughout just the entire game is, like, where's the fight? Where's the grit? You're playing Renekton Pantheon. Like, we got to try here. And look at Xiaofeng. Oh, my God. His ult got canceled by the gravity well. All right.
Okay. Ooh. Also, Zika, like, you know Keeper's Verdict's coming. He has flash up this entire time, by the way.
Yeah, that's a little bit more forgivable. I cannot forgive casting Skyfall on Gravity Well. That's the type of move that gives you the movie Spectre, you know?
Okay, I see. I was like, I knew you didn't make the mistake again. I knew you were leaning into a pun. Yeah. Lot of tape to review from LNG's first half. A lot to bring back to the drawing board. And unfortunately, much like their strategy in this series, feels like this late game is going to be slow and painful to watch.
Yeah, you're going to get Ocean Soul. You don't have nearly enough damage to deal with Ocean Soul. We're just going to see Zhao Hao probably walk forward with impunity. Yep.
Hey, watch, here comes Crescent Guard. Oh, there goes all your damage, and now I get to select Hai Chao. Shockwave does land within the Crescent Guard, but doesn't matter. There's the healing
Sky,
through.
Ocean Soul.
And it's just too much healing, too much damage.
GG.
Too much slow pace. Another canceled Grand Starfall out of Xiaofeng, whose GA is just delaying the inevitable. Baron not going to be needed. Kill's not going to be guaranteed over to Zika. EDG 5-0 through their first round robin in Group Nirvana. 10-0 in games. The perfect run in Group Nirvana is halfway completed.
Yeah, and the imperfect run for LNG is also almost halfway completed, as they only managed to take two games. They won 2 game ones in their first half of Group Nirvana, but it has been a little bit grim in the LNG camp all year. Doesn't feel like Fish 1 or the changes they made have been the answer. Going to be LNG likely taking that early exit and not making it the playoffs unless they can change things around for the second round robin. But man, for EDG, the good news continues, as that is a perfect first round robin. And I know it's Group Nirvana, guys, but EDG, they can only play the teams in front of them. And so far, it doesn't look like many of these teams deserve to be in front of EDG with the play that we've seen from them in the first round robin of Group Nirvana.
And on top of that, Cubby, this is a stronger Group Nirvana than the last one, by far, the EDG was playing in. You now, no matter how you feel about Thunder Talk, I still think they're a stronger team than whatever RNG or OMG were putting out there, so they clear that bar. And then NIP is still a Doinby-led squad. Solo kill looks promising. They swap in a new support bot side as well. They get Nayo as well. Yeah. Nayo's in from his impressive time in LGD, so they 5-0 the most competitive Group Nirvana that LPL is going to see all of 2025 in the first round robin.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm pretty impressed with EDG. I think the Palkia is very, very solid from what we've seen so far. We did see a couple of blips with getting caught out on vision in this game, but still, I think the overall approach, the overall gameplay we've seen from this rookie, still promising. Angel had another solid series today. I thought his Victor in that game was very sound. I know it's very quiet, but I think he does a lot of the small things really well on that champion. And EDG, I mean, it is like the bus meme I posted for the 2 matches that we have today. I mean, this is the difference between EDG and LNG as well. Like EDG, they're looking at 5-0. They're very happy about how the first round robin of this has gone. And then LNG on the other side, it's a little grim.
Pouting. Yeah.
Not good.
Well, hey guys, welcome all the Group Ascend viewers. we're done with Nirvana. No, but seriously though, to close this Nirvana out and close this series out for EDG, we talked about, if you missed the pre-show, myself and Cubby slotted where we think EDG would fit into Group Ascend right now. Spoiler alert, it's not 9th. I will say that. I'm sure we can run the graphic again. Yeah, I mean, God, that's why Kai's a superstar. This right ahead of WE. The way they played today, again, back to the point you made from the level 1 of Game 2, Cubby, really quickly. That's the type of stuff that we don't even see, I really feel like right now, from
That's a great
a
point.
WE, from an FPX, right?
I love that level 1. I think this level 1 from EDG was actually like really, really good. Like LNG just walked right into it and managed to lose jungle, mid, and bot before minions even spawn. Fortunately, they were able to win the jungle matchup because Xiaohao went for that big invade, and that didn't connect. And despite Pantheon being up 3 camps, we didn't see him cast ultimate until the 18-minute mark.
That was disappointing.
Slayer, if I was working with this team, my foot would be so far up their ass after this game, just from doing absolutely nothing. All right, if we're gonna be honest. Like,
yeah.
If you do something and lose, we can live with it. If you do nothing and lose with this comp, then why are you even playing League?
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
I'm just thinking about the fact that I used to get frustrated watching, when Nocturne was the premier champion, one of the premier junglers, and you would always be screaming, you should be averaging like 4 paranoias in the first, 10 minutes after you get it up. I'm now realizing that like Pantheon Grand Starfall is the new Nocturne Paranoia, and that has made me sad.
It is. It is. Yeah, I mean, again, the gold graph just kind of depressing. It never really felt like LNG had a chance to win this game or get into this game. Probably gonna be an on pog, just for the boom boom damage. Probably. I will say ZDZ. I thought he played the weak side really well this game. I like Asante.
He did.
So definitely deserves some praise there. Just had a solid game. And the struggles continue for LNG.
42%. Yeah, that's going to immediately get yourself
boom boom damage vote.
On.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's nice to be mid.
Yeah.
Just fire off
it's also nice when you're playing a team that refuses to ever fight or take an objective. So you're playing Varus poke and you could just get like six piercing arrows down before anything ever happens.
Oh man. I would love to know how many fights LNG took on EDG's side of the map in these 2 games. So I legitimately, like, in my head, I think the number is 2.
Depends what we're going to constitute as on their side of the map. Does this count? I mean, this kind of counts. This is the EDG side of the map, Cubby. So
they never crossed river. It's fine. This is river.
Right.
The one I'm thinking of is when they TP'd to kill ZDZ, and even then he was on river. But man, like, again.
This one.
Yeah,
this play.
This play is technically on their side of the map. This team is like just so puzzling to me. It really is sad. Like, when you look at Zika and Haichao in lane, these guys do win their lanes, and then the team and them and everyone just do nothing with it. Like, every game, it's just very disappointing.
And what makes it even worse for me is that those winning lanes were present in Split 2 when Xiaofeng came in, and then he was able to capitalize on it super well and saved them. And it's not like you changed the roster around that much, especially going into Split 3, right? Fish 1 didn't immediately come in. So what went wrong between Split 2 and 3?
Wasn't Fodic benched from this team?
Yes.
Yeah, bring him back. I think that's where I'm at right now.
Wow.
He was the best out of the ADs we've seen.
We are in the dweller. We are in the basement.
I mean, we've seen 4 ADs for LNG so far this split.
Yep.
So
I think if you combined all 4 of the skill sets of all 4 of those ADs, it'd be good enough to beat Gala.
No. I said no before you finished the question. That wasn't being rude, but it's going for humor there.
I would also agree with your answer to my assessment.
Let's get hyped about the next match while we watch the rest of another Grand Starfall. You know, it was funny. I said that we'd see another Grand Starfall. Technically, I saw 2 get canceled, so we actually never casted another one. That's how bad it was.
Well, no, we got the one off right when you said we're going to see one more.
Yeah, but then I'd say we get another one, and then we saw 2 more casted, and then neither went through. Fun fact of that game.
So, Top Esports BLG, somebody has to lose for the first time.
I know, Top Esports BLG next, guys. We got to really get hyped up here on the desk, because the levels are going from this to that. Thank you, EDG, for prepping us for that. That's all we're going to say.
We got all the silly bits out of the way too. I mean, we talked about.
That was LNG's contribution to this. Yes.
Yeah, they let us talk about the Bond franchise and us Bond franchise, candy bars, and then incorrectly guessing the color scheme of Almond Joys because who cares? You shouldn't be eating Almond Joys. That's what I have in my notes, by the way.
Almond Joy.
Right here. It's a
There
lying-
is no red.
No, there's 0 red. It's just
Damn.
it's. I guess there's technically orange.
I was thinking of Baby Ruth.
Ah.
See,
there we go.
LNG, they're like the Baby Ruths of LPL. No one really wants a Baby Ruth bar.
No.
That was
Somebody
the
use
candy bar that was...
Oh.
Yeah. All right, well, it pays to run at level 3. You know, Baby Ruths, that was the candy bar that they used in Caddyshack for the pool scene.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Great
That's
throwback.
A fun fact.
Thought it was a
That
Baby
is
Ruth
good
bar,
throwback.
you know?
I'm sure they were more popular back then, and now they're just random bar trivia questions.
I mean, if anyone catches that deep cut, then saying that LNG is related with Baby Ruth is even funnier.
Oh
now,
yeah, that's
too.
true.
Yeah, it's way funnier.
What? It's a candy bar.
It's a candy bar.
And it plays arguably a top 5 role in Caddyshack, I would say.
That's a pretty
that is
funny scene
definitely-
from Caddyshack, yeah.
That's definitely a God damn it, Cubby, we found another niche to talk about. Yeah, all right. Let's we're gonna pump the brakes. We're gonna pump the brakes on. We're gonna pump the brakes on all the side talk because listen, folks, no matter what
Gotta
we
get down
just
to
saw
business.
from Group Nirvana, yeah, it is business time. Put your ties back in position. Get the vibes going up. We're going to give you some time to get that going in chat because on the other side, our last 2 undefeated teams in Group Ascend clash head-to-head. BLG versus Top Esports coming your way after the break.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low.
Welcome, LPL English fandom, to our one and only series of the day here, Group Ascend. Just kidding. We had a Group Nirvana series. But this is what we were all hyped to see. The two undefeated squads left in Group Ascend. Top Esports, in their usual ways, Cubby, go to a lot of game threes, looking a little bit suspect at points. And then BLG in what some may be calling the honeymoon phase, others the new order of BLG with Shadow in the Jungle 3-0, and I would say looking more convincing in their series wins.
I mean, as long as their jungler is still smiling, we think things are good over there at BLG. And in Shadow, good candidate for that. Always has a big smile as a player and has been playing damn good so far with the squad. Going up against Kanavi and Top Esports, though, I mean, arguably BLG's biggest test yet, given AL on the schedule. We've seen AL kind of have a little bit of an MSI hangover. BLG, while their form is good, no one's form for me has been better than Top Esports so far in their first 5 series.
Interesting, okay. Because, I would agree with you in some of these series, but some of these other points, I think they, kind of did fall into Split 2 top esports. Hey, it'll be fun to see as this series drags on, as the big headline, without a doubt, is going to be that one of our two teams here will earn their first series loss of the Rumble stage to this point. Let's introduce, though, the challengers in this matchup, the lower undefeated team, if one would say. Billy Gaming at 3-0. We talked about the roster already a little bit, but been in the top side. Shadow, the new look jungler, coming in here, the third that they've had of 2025 so far. Knight, the golden left hand in the mid lane, not much else to tell you about him. And then Elk and On to round out a bottom lane that had some consistency in Split 2 and it seemed to kind of start to level up a bit more as we got into Split 3.
And it just feels like this is a team that's firing on all cylinders in Split 3, right? BLG, I think the fact that they made it to MSI and even made it to top 4 at MSI with Beishuan in the lineup, you could argue that that was a miracle. Like, looking at this team throughout Split 2, you swap jungle halfway through. They had a coaching change behind the scenes as well. The fact they made it that far, I think it speaks to the pedigree of the other players on this roster. And now we have seen this team that, with Shadow in the lineup, it just feels like they're firing on all cylinders. Shadow bringing his voice to this team feels like it's eased up on some of the communication concerns for some of the other members, and the forum of everyone else has responded in kind. It's looked good.
Obviously, in the past, though, there's been a lot of scrutiny when it's come to this BLG squad, and I know a lot of it has landed on, no pun intended there, but Cubby, I know you've seen some marketed improvements in a lot of spots for this guy so far, and a lot of it in the early game, it really feels like as well.
Yeah, look, I don't think I'm ever going to be on board for all of On's team fighting and its prowess there, but what I am on board with On, his ability to skirmish and find some plays, we've definitely seen that pay off for BLG early on. Love this walk from him, recognizing that if this TP comes down, can still impact the play. Also, AL was spotted on the top side early on in this one, and then also just stuff like this. Rakan always been a really good champion for On. I love watching him bait stuff here. With Shadow. This is a really nice play with Shadow, but then the follow-up in the back half with Elk. This, to me, is what it looks like when a team is locked in. And we've seen moments where On has been locked in, especially in helping get his team leads. I don't think this team fighting has still been fantastic, but that's really never been On's, pure strength as a player. I think a lot of it is finding, taking risks, finding numbers advantages, and making plays like this. And I know that this was, a 1-for-2 or a 1-for-1, but still love the creativity that BLG is playing with and was helping his solo laners find wins with sticking around and trying to make some plays there with Elk.
And that identity of BLG has always been this year, whatever the jungle carousel has been, is early playmaking, especially in their solo lanes, to try and just snowball leads home. Which has worked a lot, and part of why it's still working more is what you highlighted with On and his ability to kind of be playmaking in the early game. The other guy that I think has really heightened their playmaking in the early phase has been Shadow, that we've talked about endlessly here on the LPL English, but the approach I wanted to bring that I thought was very interesting is a champion pool discussion, because FPX Shadow, Cubby, was, had a lot more carry responsibility, we felt like, and now on BLG, paying the classic, you don't get to have fun tax like we call it, his champion pool has started to shift in the limited sample size we've got.
You can see in the smile how much he might enjoy playing what he does with FPX versus BLG. A little bit more fun playing the champs over there for FPX. But hey, for BLG, it's led to more wins. Shadow, again, been a huge part of this team. I think 83% kill participation with BLG. That's pretty insane. Usually, that's a number where if you're on a losing team, it's actually higher because you're participating in the limited amount of kills that are happening. Having it be that high on a winning team has been really good to see from Shadow, who does really look like a ringleader for this squad so far, has been a big part of helping the BLG winning formula, which, to be fair, when you have Bin and you have Knight in the same lineup, yeah, playing the solo lanes is usually a pretty good winning tactic, and it feels like Shadow has fit in with that early on.
Has definitely fit in, but now gets tested to a pretty big limit here for the Rumble stages. We will quickly introduce top esports on the other side, going to fly through this roster as they are getting ready, set to come out with the walkouts. 369 on the top side, Kanavi in the jungle, Cream mid lane, Jackie Love, and newest addition Hong at that support position. And I want to, take the time we do have, Cubby, for you to talk more about Hong, because I know you felt like support was such a big, highlight to have in this matchup. And what are you seeing out of Hong in the improvement department compared to what you talked about already with On?
We've seen some decent takes from him. I think that he's been helping top esports just kind of take and make good plays. as I think a lot of folks are kind of surprised that Hong ended up in this position. I mean, the last time we saw him with Weibo, when he was initially changed out for Erha, it felt like Hong was just straight up inting. And then he got swapped back in and swapped out again. He played better in that scenario, but it feels like him and Jaculov, they've just been playing better League as a tandem. As Jaculov, for me, has been a real standout for top esports so far this split, and Hong has been a nice piece that's just feels like he's fitting in with the team, which honestly has led to top esports being back towards the top of our LPL standings. So been positives across the board. I don't think that he's been the best player on the planet by any means, but the fact that you're stepping into a new team, one that has pedigree, and you've been able to fit in and find wins early on, been a good sign for top esports.
Yeah, the way I looked at it, Cubby, was he's kind of just stabilizing, especially the early game for Jaculov, because when we have the ups and downs of top esports, Split 2 playoffs, spots in Split 2, for me, we still always got those like vintage Jaculov late game carries. If you could get him there, he is one of the best, if not the best, in this league when it comes to carrying home late game fights. It was just a question of a lot of times TS couldn't get there. Jaculov would get caught in out of position in mid game, get caught in lane sometimes, snoozing. Hong has been a real stabilizing factor him, and then you factor in with the meta how we have a lot more smolder games. Sivir you talked about earlier, Senna comes out here. Those play into Jaculov just kind of obliterating late game, and no better example came than their matchup against Weibo in game 2 when he saves it with his smolder that brought home that win. So we'll have to track that and go on as we are just at a torrential pace. Already into game 1
let's get into it.
Here, Cubby. Let's do it.
It's time for the real stuff here with this series. We're going to lock in Slayer. Pantheon going to be banned out here by BLG. Curious if it's going to be a Shadow opening Trundle. Has been really big for them. Of course, Azir is still on the board. Kind of expect top esports to take that one out here, because that's been a really big pick for Cream.
All right. Question now becomes, what is left up? The
that
BLG like for the taking. Varus or Rumble are the two that immediately scream out to me.
Yeah. Gwen banned as well.
Gwen banned. And Mbessa's also going to be up here. I know both of our top laners are pretty big fans of the Mbessa so far. Bin pulled that one out in the game 1 win against Weibo. But it's the Trundle that comes through, and Shadow, like we talked about the champ pool.
Are we giving Varus and Azir to pick Trundle? Because that's crazy to me. I understand how strong Trundle is, but I think that giving Varus plus Azir, these are two champs that interact really well in the Trundle for me. I'm really surprised this opening of BLG. Curious what they have ready as answers. I think the Jhin makes sense, and then Knight again playing the Ziggs into the Azir.
All right, yeah. So Jhin also works next to the Ziggs in the same way the Varus did when we saw this last time in BLG against Weibo. It's double range. You have facilitating.
I like Jarvan.
You can facilitate on both of that. But yeah, I mean, how do you corral these two super ranged, death bombs? You get them stuck in that Cataclysm, and you set up for the Azir. Or do we see the Kanavi move off of the Jarvan? They're going to go a different angle. They're going to get Hong a Leona. Non-committal engage.
Interesting. I think we're going to see support bans now. Whereas I think the logic for Kanavi is that he's got a lot of champions he can play in the Trundle. I'm thinking there's the Wukong Maokai Jarvan that we always talk about, but even like a Pocket Lee Sin, you can very much play Lee in the Trundle, and what's showing so far is a lot of conditional CC. So I think Kanavi's happy to eat bans, and I'm curious if they start throwing bans at top, recognizing that there are a lot of junglers that can be played in the Trundle. Wondering if they try and narrow up 369's champion pool here. Okay, at least going to take away the Wukong from Kanavi. It's very fair. Kanavi's Wukong throughout his career has been, I'd say, damn good. But again, I think that you still have Maokai and Jarvan that you can very happily play into what's showing. So I don't really see it being worth banning either of those champions, so I'm going to be honest.
Just to, play devil's advocate a little more for this Trundle, because I think your points about the Azir and Varus are big. I do like the Trundle denying 369 straight tanks, because I do think right now in current form, 369 is in his bag on tanks. He's like unstoppable on the Scions, the Orns. He looks really good. So picking the Trundle, you're now daring 369 and maybe go for his Aatrox that he likes, that he hasn't had a ton of success on. His Gragas that he'll go towards, or maybe... Is 369 going to break out the mid top? I don't think this would go to Kanavi.
Whenever we see Nidalee, it is Kanavi. So we got you always have to be aware of it being, and Nidalee is very good in the Trundle. Wow. Okay. This could be flexed.
Depending on the top lane matchup we see here? Okay.
It could be flexed. I think that the flex is very real here. I do like the Nidalee. I think that there's a lot of skill shots and conditional damage that is showing for BLG. And Italy can play around that really well. So I think guarantees, yeah, I would like the Nautilus here for On.
I would like it a lot.
I think the follow-up that you can have with Ziggs, with the Jhin, this feels right to me. Get on that Nautilus. We'll have at least counterpick now for the top side. And yeah, the Jax and the Nidalee is an okay matchup, and it's a bin specialty.
But Rumble also has snuck through this far too. Do you really want to let that go unpicked? No. So Bin is going to lock in the Rumble. A lot of magic damage. Is it worth flexing Nid back into the jungle and locking Galio top? Is that something 369 might look at?
I think that's a good... It's a maybe. It's a decent call, Slayer. I don't like Rumble here. I think that they're... Like, you want Ziggs to be solo AP, is my logic. And while you do need damage as BLG, I would have preferred Jax. But, I mean, a good chance to deny here, too, if you're 369. So it'll be Cassante. Can be interesting in the Trundle there. I really like where Top Esports is at in their draft. I think that they have some pretty positive lanes for themselves, especially looking at bot. Mid can push early, and this could free up Nidalee to really do damage to the Trundle. So I think a lot of the early power that we've seen from BLG and Shadow on this pick is nerfed by the comp that Top Esports has. And not only do they have some early prio, but they also have good scaling. I mean, this is Azir Varus. They get out-interacted by Rumble, Ziggs, and Jhin. So for BLG, how coordinated can they be in dropping these ults that will outrange Top Esports and trying to lock them down? Because if Top Esports are allowed to be in engage range or allowed to get the leads I think their comp can get with an Nidalee early on, it could be tricky for BLG, because if they fall behind in this one, I think that the ability for Top Esports to really snowball this game with a Nidalee, Leona, Azir, very real.
I'm so curious about how this game goes for BLG too, because one of the things that I was most impressed about in their last series against Weibo that is adverse to what they did in Split 2 was patient team fighting, especially with this Night Ziggs. They were very calm and reactive. But like you're talking about, this is a different ball game against this Top Esports comp where I don't think you could play as reactive on the map. This is a whole different game for this Night Ziggs. Also curious what the Elk Jhin build looks like, if he's going to try and not maybe rush the Yomus, instead go for something that scales more. We'll have to see. There are a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of new draft adaptations, especially on the BLG side. We talk about Shadow's Trundle. We talk about this Ziggs that Knight wants to bring out. But the bottom line is this, folks. A pivotal game one as both of our teams try and decide who will remain undefeated in Group Ascend. And we'll get the first chapter of that story going soon here on the Summoner's Rift right now. And we will serenade it in with the Jayos that we severely missed earlier on. All right, that round goes to Top Esports fans, Gubby. That's my verdict. The Jayos.
I happen to agree there, Slayer. I think the draft goes the way of Top Esports too. I really do. I want to keep our eyes out on... Oh. Well, the AI thinks so as well.
Yeah, very heavily. Wow.
I've never seen something that one-sided. Wow. That's... I didn't have the draft being that one-sided, but interesting. Yeah, I just think that Rumble lacks setup. It has to be the Jhin Ziggs for the setup, and just doesn't really fit the rest of this game. So, see if it's right or wrong.
You needed a Jarvan or a Wukong with this Rumble, but again, it's just... It's hard to say that knowing that Toronto got R1. We'll have to see. We
I also want Ziggs solo AP. I think Ziggs solo AP matters a lot.
Oh,
that's not a great start.
No, that is not. Shouldn't be punished too heavily. Wow,
well,
so okay, this is interesting though.
Jackula missed a Q.
Jackula did miss a Q. Ignite gonna come over top. Elk really wins this trade. He can wait for his crit shot to threaten it.
Kind of an oopsie there.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
Kong should start Q. Yeah.
The fan vote is 80% BLG, but the AI thinks this is one of the most one-sided matches for Top Esports. This is a battle of human versus computers for game one.
Oh god, that feels too real these days, Slayer.
Yeah, I had to go for that one.
Yeah, I mean, so far the human, I will say that Hong, once you see On take a hook like that, you want to start your Q level 1, 5-second cooldown, able to interact with the melees, and he did not. Would have been surprised by that one. I think that if he starts Q, then this bot lane matchup goes much better for Top Esports with that initial trade. Instead, ends up being okay for On. There's sustain advantage with the Jhin having fleet. So could be something that they can build off of. That said, each of our junglers working their way down towards this bot side. And Nidalee versus Trundle early on, as long as Nidalee isn't locked down, does win out on that matchup in that 1v1. Can deal with the pillar very easily.
In and on. 400 total games together. That's fun.
Wow.
Always love when those milestone stats come across.
That's crazy, actually. I know that... I mean, a big thing for me with On still being in this lineup and kind of the talking points for supports we missed is... I don't think people expected Hong to end up with top esports in the tryout. I think a lot of people thought it would be Jouet.
Yeah.
And then also for BLG, I'm kind of surprised they didn't move on from On this past offseason. Like, all these junglers being changed, I thought that at one point or another, they'd have to swap out On at support. As Kanavi throws a heat-seeking missile out.
Yep.
We've come to expect this from his Nidalee.
Yep. Goes another one out on the way out as well. So Shadow's chunked pretty severely at the start of this. But Knight able to block off the mid-roam. Cream takes a good chunk of damage. Redline is going to land on top of Kanavi with the pillar, but Hong flashes forward to try and punish Shadow, who's already way too low, and Cream picks up the kill. Now On's going to flash back over the wall as the 4-man stack at top esports hunts for more kills. Piercing arrow going to land onto On. Spear going to have to be dodged, but it's going to slow the Nautilus down. Pops the shield. Here comes the Steel to play through, but Elk is trying to kite back, hits the deadly flourish, and here comes Knight off to the side. Doesn't have a ton of mana. Hong with a blinking health bar, flash after Dreadline's going to land around the wall. That hitbox was wacky, but it's a kill nonetheless for Elk.
Okay, On. Good play there on the skirmish. They were able to trade out 1-for-1. I still question why BLG took this fight, though. I just think champions that are showing on paper, you do not win a 3v3 or a 4v4 on the bot side at level 4. Like, Ziggs is not strong enough. Your skill shots are conditional. Azir's going to be better there. Varus, for me, more valuable in that fight, too. So, I think BLG walks out with the best case scenario, but just don't agree with fighting over this crowd like this. I think Shadow just should have went towards top lane and just kind of taken his medicine. Very efficient fight there from Cream. Yeah, again, this is the best case scenario. I thought that if Hong or like Jackie was able to follow through, I'm very surprised that On was able to get his way out of here. But well played from On this Nautilus.
Bend it like Beckham.
Yeah, that's a little crap. It's a little crap. That's fine. In the code.
In the code. The code says Nautilus hooks can do wondrous things. Wondrous things. But yeah, that early kill on the Cream is going to be pretty big. One thing with the speedy pre-show that we did miss out on is, I know you've been a fan of how Cream's performed so far this split. I know Cream is kind of a interesting talking point around the LPL because we're kind of disappointed with the series, including me, and the win, the last series win.
Against WE,
well,
yeah. Yeah,
against WE, but hey, what better test to figure out where we really feel Cream is at up against Knight?
Yeah, I think that Cream's Azir always been a good pick for him. Obviously, Knight rocking the new Ziggs counter matchup that he's playing. LS would be proud. APA as well. I do like this matchup a lot for Ziggs. Ziggs did get a lot of buffs. I'm glad that someone is playing it. And yeah, he wants to sprint towards as much AP as possible because his ratio is very large. And Azir has trouble autoing into it, so we'll see if Knight can play it out well. Has already won one game on the Ziggs in the same matchup. So I like the fact that we're seeing him play a champion that's very much buffed and very good into Azir.
Yeah, and Bloxer pulled up the stats on it too. I believe it's a 10% win rate dip, Azir versus Ziggs. So that's pretty serious counter.
Yeah, it's definitely a counter that, like, I know LS has been clamoring to see this for a long time. We gotta pause because Kanavi
Next flash, Dredge line, supports are throwing down, but Elk is pretty untouched. He's got a ton of damage down onto Kanavi. Ignite going onto both junglers. Hong waiting for that Zenith play to come back around. But it won't, and it will just be more puffing of the chest and some skill shots thrown.
I still think that this raw 3v3, like, I know we've seen some handshakes, but I do think that top esports wins it. And we are seeing Kanavi use and abuse some Nidalee tech there. He's just going to aggro the dragon and then use his jungle pet to actually get a lot of resources back. He's actually playing the crab right now. So kind of cute there from Kanavi, showing some mastery on a pick. It's very, very good for him. As, yep, that's going to be crab secured, and going to get a control board out of On and maybe look for a fight.
All right, Hong Hex flashes over the wall. The full range spear does connect. Hong going to dredge line back towards his turret, though. Piercing arrow. Not going to land from Jackie Love. On survives. And now that you don't get that Kanavi reset, Cubby, Look at Shadow.
Yeah, Shadow gets the cross map now. Again, we have matched clears, so both junglers went top to bot. Kanavi spent a lot of time down here. And, oh, he's actually going to go choose to defend his camps. If he's going to do this, he's got to bring Cream for this to work, too.
Grubs are up in 10 seconds as well. Shadow's going to get away with his red buff. Not going to get 369 to help. He is caught under his turret. He has a wave to respond.
Well played, Shadow.
Shadow has an angle. Don't know if he'll take this fight up against Kanavi. He can back up and try and set up for the Grubs. Again, Kanavi
No, he
does
wants
not have
Kanavi to walk
reset.
in. This is how you win as Trundle. You try and get him to walk in, and yeah, this is very good. Good hop from Kanavi. If he hops early, he eats the Q from Ziggs. Waited on that. I like that from Shadow, though. Yeah, I like this a lot from Shadow. I think this is a good response from BLG. I don't think Top Esports can take this fight. Kasante just not as strong as the Rumble right now. Conditions much better for the Rumble too. 369.
Oh, wasn't ready for on in that bush. Gonna have to go all out, but doesn't get over the wall here. Fight split on two sides, and the Chains of Corruption is gonna land on top of Shadow. They're just gonna burn through him. Equalizer and Inferno Bomb do come down. Cream is caught between the Equalizer and the wall, and Bin's gonna run him down. Flash over the Emperor's Divide. Elkis gets his curtain call cancel on the backside of the fight. Bin tries to protect his AD carry. Out of mana is 369. Elkis running away with those 50 boots and crit shots the forehead of 369. Now Kanavi, the only one left up to try and pick up the scraps as he hops away from the bomb at max range. BLG coming out on top in our first big fight.
It was a great equalizer from Bin. Good fight from BLG. Was surprised that Top Esports took that in the fashion that they did. I think the lack of setup really hurt Cream's fight because it looked like Cream kind of tried to play a desperation fight, came up empty with a lot of his attempts there. It was a good start from Hong and Jaculov to kind of have that initial burst damage. We're going to take another look. 369 gets caught out in this side, but he was able to finagle this one okay, just given that he goes all out and doesn't really lose out on his resources. Meanwhile, this side, really like the engage they tried onto Elk, but they swapped targets and went for Shadow, who goes down, but the Zigzar is big. The equalizer is beautifully placed by Bin. Bin has a great fight here and really makes the fight difficult for Cream, who tried to follow up on that initial engage and I think overplayed his cards heavily.
How impressive is it that out of this draft, Cubby, we were so worried about this Rumble. We said no setup, but great players overcome draft gaps. And what does he do in his first equalizer?
Beautiful ult.
I'm my own setup.
Beautiful ult there. And frankly, again, like kind of what BLG has to do. You can't argue that this can be used to set up Zigzar and Jinnar just with the compounding slows. So, well played there from Bin. I think that he played that fight out really nicely in the Rumble. A pick that he's been very vocal about putting a lot of extra time into.
Okay. All right, doesn't walk back in the good one. I was a little worried about that. So we do have some interesting lane assignments as we get closer and closer to place dropping. Got to remember, and I want to point this out because it was the last time we saw Ziggs. Why BLG played so slow in that Knight and Ziggs game was because they were so focused on knocking turrets down. The power of that satchel charge. So much value.
Yeah, and also just the power of the wave clear as Ziggs. Like, we talk so much about Varus and priority. You can answer it easily as Ziggs. They want to kite out.
Inferno Bomb. They're using a lot onto Hong, though. Drops a Solar Flare, but he should die to Knight off to the side here. All good to cover. Curtain Call comes down. They're hunting for more kills over the wall, and Knight is just landing these bombs. But On goes a bit too far forward. Another bomb. The Arcade Comet, the burn. No, Jackie Love and Kanavi on a sliver of HP.
Top Esports get away with murder there. They threw everything into a subjugated Trundle. I thought that this fight was going to be very BLG favored. And it could have been. I mean, we're one or two deadly flourishes away from this being a BLG runaway victory. But Kanavi, Jackua managed to use the hands to actually get themselves out of that one in the end. Wow, I did not have them getting out like that.
Still, though, it is Knight getting to the first item first. He's doing the Blackfire Torch, so...
Yeah, this is the right call. You just want to get as much AP as possible. So it's Torch. I think that the earlier you get a Zanya or Death Cap, the better on Ziggs. My guess is second item, he's going to go for probably a Shadow Flame. I don't think the Andres is the right call this game. Just think you want AP on the Ziggs. And so Torch gives you the most AP because, of course, Ziggs pretty easy to impact a few different members.
Green. All right, good buffer on the Deadly Flourish there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting, though, because this is a different build than Knight win. in that Weibo series. I don't think he rushed the Blackfire Torch. And there is a lot of, we're still learning how this Ziggs fits in the meta, like we talked about, ever since the buffs came around to make it pro play viable in the eyes of the Golden Left Hand.
Yeah, at least mid-laners, right? We're still seeing Ziggs bot, but I do appreciate Knight playing this mid. Again, in theory, it's a really, really good matchup for Ziggs. You outrange Azir. He has to go through your minefield and Satchel Charge to engage on you. You can use Satchel Charge to cancel Azir dash and also kind of get out of Shurima Shuffle. Like that's the Doom scenario, right? So you have 2 tools to slow him down on the way in and have really good conditions. So I like the fact that we're seeing this. I think that is a good matchup that, again, like there's a reason that, very intelligent people like LS have been clamoring to see this counter answer more into Azir, because ranged into Azir is a winning formula. And I appreciate that Knight is at least really trying to put some time and effort into this pick. I think that there is a lot of validity to it.
Big reset, Cubby, though, coming through here for BLG as that Dragon does spawn. That Dragon still remains untouched on that bot side, 14 minutes in. I'd like to see that Elk is specifically going for a more scale, Exodia Jhin. We saw the Youmuu's rush the last Jhin game we saw. This time he goes Collector, which still gives you that lethality thump, but lends more to the crit scaling Jhin. We're going to see a dive on a 369 with a TP coming over. Equalizer, 369 going to dash out the main damage, then use it all out to go back forward. Shadow can't juggle the turret aggro any longer, but 4 members is enough.
Heavy commit from BLG. They commit to the cross map. I'm going to try and knock down first turret. 14 minutes, so plates are down. And first brick does secure feats for BLG, so that looks like the trade. Dragon for feats.
Like we talked
Kill
about
this with Ziggs, for sure.
Yeah, that's why Knight loves this pick. Expect to see Knight in all 3 lanes just hammering on these tier 1 turrets. That's what he did all game against Weibo.
I mean, you'd think the top esports, being the team that lost to TL at first stand, would be the one playing the Ziggs, but no, it's Knight. Taking the lessons from APA.
That's how we're going to spin it?
Yes.
Knight is
that is my narrative.
I like it.
Yeah.
That's a good narrative. No bias here on the caster desk on that one.
Definitely not NA casters. Do not worry about it, guys. Just had to find a way to squeeze TL into this conversation between our 2 undefeated LPL squads,
Just put them up to that level of power.
Yeah, I mean, definitely deserve it after the series against Mayan, right?
Yeah. Shout out Surdy,
Mm-hmm.
man. Shout out Surdy.
Shout out Surdy.
All right. Rift Herald is up. Let's see where these 2 teams are at. Kane are going to be completed for this Cassante, so 369 is already a pretty big tank threat, but Shadow is yet to be able to subjugate ult this Cassante. You can look at the player gold, and like we kind of talked about, these carries for BLG a little bit better of a spot, but it's Kanavi to start up the Rift Herald on his own.
Do you want to give some credit to Shadow? He's done a nice job of keeping up with his Nidalee. And I think so far picking the right spots. But
wow, that thing evaporated.
Yeah, that thing did evaporate.
Another good cancel on the Zenith Blade.
Unstead this
Solar
time.
Flare, a Chains of Corruption, the Flash, a little bit too late. Hong will pick the kill up, but it's on caught.
Yep, alright. That's after the Rift Herald. 369, get a TP down, get a fast play. There's no Dragon to take right now, but they can maybe play for that Rumble. Or play for mid as Hong going for Elk.
Okay, he has Cleanse and Flash. He's going to Flash basically in place and somehow walk his way through the Sand Soldiers. That was an interesting interaction, but it's still both.
Oh! Elk!
Get down, Elk!
Oh my god, Elk! I mean, Elk has been such a good performer for BLG so far this year, and I don't know how he even pulled that one off. I think we got Spectate bugged a little bit on the Flash there, but Elk, I mean, looking like he's quite literally pulling a rabbit out of his hat, escaping from the Shurima Shuffle and finding the kill in the back half.
Doesn't cancel the dash. Wonder if he's going to dive if he subjugates. He does pop it, but 369 going to commit his own Flash instead. We are really starting to ramp up these pick plays.
A good takeaway there from Shadow, and it's going to be mid-turret falling as well. As again, Ziggs diff. You can see Satchel is prepped. You do that because every ability you throw out, it takes 4 seconds off your passive as Ziggs, and while your passive autos do bonus damage to turrets too. So good to see Knight min-maxing a little bit on that champion. Meanwhile, 369, no Flash, still has the all-out though if he needs to get out of this play, because he sure as hell seems to be the play here for BLG.
He's got to be careful how far he's going to walk forward.
No, he
feels
knows.
like he's trying to bait this. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Never mind.
That's
He
too
thinks
far.
they didn't
Yeah,
stick
that's
around.
too
Yeah.
far. Walk past the river midline and 369 once again 4v1, but this time he doesn't have his turret to protect him. They're
They're
TPing
TPing?
in Cream. Feels
What?
a bit too late. Cream is maybe TPing into his depth, but they're going to respect Hong on the flank with no tier 1 turret up. The solar flare is not going to land, though. Zenith's play going to land onto On. Shadow still doesn't have any subjugate. The Equalizer's going to do a ton of damage. They're trying to
Get the
lock
turret.
up Jackie level
They
back
got the
into
turret.
this fight. Cream puts the turret back up, and now Shadow's flashing after Kanavi, but Kanavi's surviving, thriving,
Kanavi?
healing through it all. Bin with the Flame Spinner will do enough to turn the fight back. BLG standing up tall on the bot side.
And Top Esports opting into their own demise a bit, opting into a 4v5 as Cream the TP. There was no chance they were going to save 369 on that play. I think the power of Azir, I could see some theory of if you get a turret down, you have a big team fight for Cream, it's good, but that wasn't even close to being the case. And oh boy, we're going all the way back in time to see how Elk got out of this one. As let's see when this flash came down.
What the heck was that? I assume he just flashed the Emperor's Divide on time.
Oh, I think his flash cleared it. I do not know exactly what happened there. He did have a ward, so he did have vision on Leona. Meanwhile, again, what happened? Like, I just do not understand this TPN at all. If I'm Top Esports, you could actually play for mid wave and like to deny Raptor camp and play for blue buff in this. Like, you can take a lot of BLG's camps from that play. They put a lot into 369. The reason he's hitting that wave is that they thought they reset. So you'd be up-tempo on the rest of the map. BLG are going to stay an extra wave to make that play. Instead, they opt into the fight. And Jackie just ends up in the middle of everyone. Cream doesn't live long enough to really make it so that they had the fight under the turret. And BLG just gets out with everything they wanted. They had their cake with 369 and ate the rest of Top Esports along with it, too.
Now those two AP solo laners are in such a strong spot as we get to see a picture. Nice on, so he gets the flash out of Jackie Love. This is like lensless Varus. So that's a pretty prime target, but Cubby, just look at the breakpoints Bin and Knight are at. Especially Knight, this is only going to get worse.
Yeah, I don't love that Knight went for the
second.
Andres.
Yeah.
Again, I think that on Ziggs, you really want to stack up your AP. Your ratios are so gross, especially after the buffs to Q. Elk is flashless, he's the look, but
there's a trap.
Oh, we got the shield off.
Push. Oh, the Chin Scrub's going to go wide as well. They lock up Jackie Love. The field goal post open up for one shot to his heart. Crit shot, where's it going to go? Going to hit onto Hong, but again, 369. How much can he take on the front line? Bin on the flank with a huge equalizer. Look how it locks up TES. They're stuck between a literal blaze and a wall, and they're going to burn on down as Knight comes over top with the bombs of destruction. Cream going to fly a bit late, but he has no support here. 1v5, he trades Shadow, but now the mid-tier 2 turret's here to get knocked down.
oh, the milk is not good for Cream this game, as I think a couple of these takes have been a little bit unwarranted, and BLG starting to run away with this one against Top Esports. It's been a fantastic game from Elk, but also Bin with these fights. You called it, Slayer, that equalizer. The positioning of it was just perfect as he locks Top Esports in against the terrain. Really clever by On here. Actually got the shield off with the dredge line after he casted the depth charge. So Jackie Love is being stalled on his way out by a lot of the tools of BLG. This bought the time for Bin to TP in and drop the equalizer on top of it. But what is the take from Cream and from Top Esports? Like, this is, I think, been their Achilles heel, is that some games, the takes they have are just not great. And it feels like we have trouble to find reason against it. I don't think the Top Esports gets outscaled so hard that they have to look for fights like this.
Why?
As that take from Cream, I mean, we were just signing up for our own death here, my friend.
Who cares if you kill Shadow? He's the one guy that's died all game. Like, you can't
He's
even
the one
go,
guy that doesn't have a shutdown, too.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, you're not even shutdown hunting.
You got flash off a Knight, so that they can try and punish that. But yeah, it's been a questionable game for me from Top Esports. Like that fight, I think that was well played from BLG, but that bottom fight, opting into a 4v5 and that TP from Cream in there into that play, feels like two really expensive plays from Cream for his team. Like, we want the Azir to stand tall, be the Emperor. I think that the Rylai's second Azir, I know it's not what we have this game, but we've seen Azir be a lot more successful when you're able to stand and fire and play these front to backs. It's not like the old Azir where it's Q-Max and you can play Torpedo Azir and try and have these really impactful plays. I think we've seen Azir be a lot more impactful when you're able to stand and fire, which, to be fair, difficult against the Ziggs, Jhin, Nautilus, but a lot of the tools were down for Cream to at least try and do some damage in that fight. And instead, he just kind of decided to go in 1v4.
And even, you know, even further looking back about the decision making, you called it after that bot play a little bit. I gotta believe that there were just better, you know, cross-map plays to go for.
Oh,
like
the bot play, they could have fought for all the jungle camps against BLG.
All the jungle camps, like a mid-push, but even just like getting Cream on a side wave and getting him more leveled up, giving him more experience as this primary late-game threat with a poke Varus. TES feel like they are pigeonholing themselves into perma fighting when, I mean, I guess that's kind of how they drafted with this Nidalee and Varus, but again, it wasn't, you didn't need to go all out in the spots. And now, TES, you kind of have to fight.
No flash.
And maybe look for Knight on a pick, but Hong's all alone. He's trying to start a recall. Yeah, Knight sniffed it out. But the Azir turret up there to try and make sure they can cover wave for wave. As this Otacon is the premier token to a win if you're BLG. But look at Bin off to the bot side as all this is going on.
They just have to survive. 369 has to fix 2 waves right now as he has mid at the inhibitor turret. And you can see that bot wave is crashing with the inner that's still up. That's going to be dropped by top esports. They try and posture over this one. As Hong sees Knight base, and Knight's probably just going to TP
Knight
back.
has a book.
He already had the book. He got some more pen here. Yeah.
Boy, all right. He went book last game too. Oh, Zenith Blade onto On. Tons of damage drop through. Chains of Corruption, Solar Flare. All this onto On. So they commit about 2.5, 3 ultimates to kill off the BLG support. They have a man advantage. Bin TP's in. 369 can't catch him for an Emperor's Divide. Current Call coming down. They're hunting Hog on the backside. Equalizer's going to make sure nobody can touch Elk as he goes for that Current Call. Cream gets hit by a Deadly Flourish. And it's just setting up all that over-the-top damage. Knight's bombs are starting to really hurt these squishier members of top esports. And we're in a full all-out poke war now, Cubby.
I think it's going to be an Otacon start, and you can see Shadow is getting really cheeky here. He needs to heal back up. He's going to steal some camps away from top esports, and if he gets behind them, this is not spotted on Vision. So Shadow could have a very impactful flank on a Trundle, not what we're used to seeing, but I think a good setup for BLG.
They're pinging it like they know it's coming. There's the
he gave himself away.
He gave himself away with the pillar. Elk stepping up a little bit too far forward. Cream's going to go in for the shuttle, or even shuffling. He gets Knight. The flashless Ziggs is down. Cream redeems himself, and top esports gets the Otacon on the back end of it.
Good play. Again, that angle from Shadow, I think it's a decent idea, but if you give yourself away, you take away any and all the power. Now they're still trapped up here as the play continues for top esports. The poke they can put down between the Varus, the Azir, and these Nidalee heals. These elongated scenarios, I will say the Nidalee into the Ziggs Jhin. We didn't really talk about the heals, but this is a good idea from top esports. As we saw in that long fight, I mean, usually when you're playing against Jhin Ziggs, you're scared of that scenario, but with the Varus and the Nidalee, top esports can kind of answer this poke war and actually win out of it themselves too.
Huge get here. The Otacon really stabilizes a slippery slope of a game.
And you called it, Slayer, redemption for Cream, because we saw 2 plays in a row that were pretty grim for Cream. Here, I know he catches a couple skill shots, but really steps up. There was a heal that snuck in there from Kanavi that neutralized a Knight Q, and he did trade his last Shurima shuffle. He did get Knight's flash, so was able to punish it there, and that led to a big objective being secured.
And he gets both Bin and Elk's flash, too, by just threatening the Emperor's Divide. So another revisit for Cream, who is now at 3 items with that Zanya's. And again, like we talked about, is the huge scaling crutch on this team.
Zanya's a big luxury item to get into Ziggs, Rumble, Jhin. I mean, you're ensuring that when you go into stasis, the likelihood of it being high value in this game, very high for Cream. So I think this was the right 3rd item for him. As again, another poke war and more posturing coming. I think this Nidalee, we don't usually talk about the scaling of Nidalee, but having 5 points in that heal now, I think it's starting to look really impactful because Ziggs' poke is so conditional. And BLG, like, why we didn't love the Rumble pick is that it doesn't really set up for this Jhin Ziggs that much. And I think we're seeing some of those Qs start to not connect. The heals neutralize it, and top esports feel like they're on much better footing now.
They can use the Sand Soldiers of Cream with Kanavi. The only downside this is for top esports is that we went, when did we take first Dragon? Like 15 minutes in? So only 3 Drakes in at 27 minutes. Don't like the both of our teams are kind of just going for what we call an NA ram. We're all just standing mid lane and trying to trade skill shots in the poke war.
You paused there. Yeah,
I'm waiting to see what support.
You thought we'd see a dredge line. Instead, it's just 369, slowly inching his way forward, as I don't think On wants to dredge line him.
Also take a look at these sideways.
Well, the turret going down, so I will say these side waves, it's seesawed at the moment. Top will have to fix their top lane. But their bot lane is going to slow push to eternity, and that's I think what is encouraging this Baron setup for them. Yeah.
Shadow face checks into Hong. There's the layering of CC, but Shadow does get out, and there's a huge Infernal Bomb on the back end. There's your Jin Zig setup. It just needed a tiny window as the fourth shot finds Cream in the background, and now Elk gets to sing his song, running forward, hits another skill shot, dodges out in the piercing arrow, and now all we have left is the carries. Kanavi and Jackie Love, the only two up for top esports.
That was a ginormous red carpet again from Bin. If this is going to be a BLG win, I think Bin has to be the pog of this game. Not to take away from what Elk has done as well, but my goodness, Bin is single-handedly winning BLG some of these fights. This is another one as Shadow gets caught, burns the flash, still eats the chain of corruption. Look at the equalizer. That's like perfectly spread out across all 5 members. Top esports can't even walk up through it. Need to burn the Zanyas just to survive it. Jackie will have lost 3/4 of his HP to the equalizer only. As what a shot from Elk too. On point, Bin and Elk in this game. As, I mean, any good plays from BLG have come off the back of these two and their long-range engage tools with these ultimates. And that really turns things back around against top esports. At least gets a little bit of gold back in their favor.
And I want to revisit the build decisions for the BLG carries again. Remember, we talked about the collector first. It signaled that Elk wants to scale and be a huge late game threat instead of those lethality items. We've reached that point with this Infinity Edge done. He's going to get an armor pet item next with a heal cut. Elk is going to start churning damage, even with these auto attack on the crits. So while we did have double AP lanes with the damage dealers in the Rumble and the Ziggs, now Elk is online to provide a bit of a mix.
And that Jin versus Varus match, of course, you're allowed to auto, get those 4 shots down. Be very good for the Jin later on in this game. The scaling of this game is a little bit tricky, because, like, you have Trundle, and then, like, Ziggs Jin, it's so good, but also I can really see a world where top esports can, like, survive the poke and actually have a more effective fight. Because I think it's, like, given the draft, I did not see the equalizers being this valuable, but the way that Bin has used them has just been masterful on the Rumble. He, again, is personally really made it a mission for Rumble to be a good champion for him, and Bin, his Rumble has really shown in this calendar year of the LPL, shining again against top esports today. And for BLG, I mean, this is an even game right now, Slayer, like, and they having a footing to actually get on the map is on.
Well,
okay.
The small thing I wanted to ask you, how much of an effect were those late Drakes in slowing this game down at 30 minutes? It makes there's so much less to play for on the map, so much less of a threat of a soul, right?
I will also say that, like, Infernal Drake, a great draw for BLG, given they have more damage in their comp, and Jin with Infernal in particular has, like, unique scaling, just because how Jin scales with damage. Really nice for him. So I think the Drake, I mean, it being late, it was so BLG could secure feats. I don't, like, neither team really cares about stacking Drake too much. I don't think it's that big of an impact by this point, but we're a minute out, and we're still seeing these teams play really narrow setups. They're scared of the trigger pull of each other and trying to opt into all of his poke. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, Night Flash for Chains of Corruption. That's huge value. Want to see Cream revisit that, punish this Knight. Again, Medjai's Ziggs that is now a prime target if you're top esports. Ooh, that spear.
That was a good try on the setup. This is part of the reason why you don't see a ton of Ziggs into Azir too, because if you lose Flash, it can be so dire. I don't love this.
No.
This is not great.
This time, the Equalizer and the Infernal Bomb whiff. BLG have to bail out of this fight. There's no way they can find this win. Oh, the 4th shot goes wide as well. Those key ultimates that had no setup that were lining up aren't finding their mark, but somehow BLG are still winning, still thriving, and it's Bin flashing forward the Flame Spinner to find the kills, and finally, Shadow gets to clump someone to death. They don't need the ultimates this time, Cubby. They're just better.
And Cream just wasn't able to auto. Jackie Love also kind of caught out in that fight. I honestly have to take a second look because I really want to see the fight from Cream's perspective, because we were focused on the alt Slayer. We saw them all go wide, but it still ends up being an incredibly one-sided fight in favor of BLG. It's going to be a Baron for a Dragon traded by Top and Cream. This will get them soul point, but man, Baron with the Ziggs, 2 inner turrets are standing. You got to believe 1 inhibitor is going to guarantee to fall, and this Dragon may not even fall for free for Cream. It's a DPS war. Trundle's getting close. He's going to get it.
Live. He's not going to survive.
Oh, he actually snuck out.
Oh, he's going to recall.
He gets out. He gets out. He gets out. He gets out. Yeah, he TP'd.
Oh, he did TP.
Good play.
Okay.
Good play from Cream. Good pickup. I still want to see the last fight, though. I did not see how Cream was not able to auto or deal damage.
I don't understand how BLG
He just built Abyssal
even
Mask,
gets
by the
this.
way. I'm watching this from Cream's perspective.
Okay.
As, again, he gets stuck. Equalizer comes out, but the locket pretty neutralizes all of it. Jaculev's just on the opposite side of the fight. Like, Cream's just not able to auto because he burned the EQ. I mean, this Q's not great. He gets kited out. Knight plays this really well, yeah. Knight just forcing Cream out of there. The Zanyas means that Bin lives, and then the next DQ taken out. So Cream just has a completely ineffective fight thanks to how BLG played it. I do think that Cream could have played that one a little bit better, but I do want to give credit to BLG, who played a beautiful fight. Jaculev, Cream not able to interact with that fight as the front line of top esports melted.
That last point you made there, company, might be why I think this game is over. I think by this point, Elk and Knight have reached the damage profile where nobody can really survive their poke. And before it was the backline you had to be worried about, but now if you could just go front to back with this kind of team, I don't see TES rescuing this game.
It's about to be a death cap on Rumble 2. Got to believe death cap's going to come in for Knight. I think once those two items come in, it's probably GG. Again, we have seen like some of the damage is conditional this game, especially looking at Ziggs, but also Varus skill shots conditional too, and we've seen more autos from Jhin connecting than skill shots from Varus.
Look at 369. This is the guy that stood up to all that damage before. Now he's flashing away from curtain call shots. Completely chunked out his 369 to Kanavi. Like you called out, that's the whole front line of TS and have to go reset in the fountain.
If they are able to reset on the fountain, it could be okay for them, because I think the rest of top esports with Nidalee heals, and then some tools were burned there from BLG. I mean, you have no Zigzar and On's dead.
That's not a good dredge line. Kanavi has the stasis to get away from a crit shot to death, but
beauty.
The bomb timing from Knight was pristine.
Beauty there from Knight. Caught a minion, caught Kanavi, and that's going to be a trade up in the end. So Bin going to be fixing this wave. Again, Bin doesn't have Equalizer for one more wave. I think this wave's a little bit scary for BLG, but they can keep the siege going. Oh, this is the last Baron wave. Okay, let's see if they can get in, or break this. Knight's up with a satchel charge. But, top esports. Hong has a pocket.
Looking, yeah. All right, BLG, they're not gonna over-index. Elk.
Okay.
Just walking away from that solar flare. That not too bad. Hong will have that up in a jiffy. But now Shadow resets. Elk's got to be careful. Man, Elk is playing with some serious confidence right now, hanging around alone in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it doesn't have that Baron empowered recall anymore too. I mean, frankly, for top esports, like this game's not great for them, but they didn't lose an inhibitor turret, and so that's, I'd say, against the Ziggs, you're pretty happy about that. You're staring down a Baron. As yeah, just not a dredge line Og could take given the health bar that he was at. But again, you can see this Jhin damage being big, and that's a beautifully timed bouncing bomb there from Knight. Just no chance for Kanavi to get out of that one. That's what we'd like to see from our two undefeated teams here in the LPL, the Pixel Perfect plays. Doesn't get much better than that.
I don't think the damage gets any better for top esports. I think that's kind of where we're at with the main pitfalls.
Well, especially when Cream builds Abyssal Mask, which...
Yeah, I mean, that's bad. But just like, even outside of whatever is your build, you talked validly so about the Nidalee healing, how it scales, but on hit, not on hit, lethality Varus by this point at 36 minutes loses a ton of value. Nidalee in general loses a ton of value.
Yeah.
It's all on Cream, who, like you called out, built defensively.
I'm with you, Slayer. I think that this is a better looking game for BLG. I don't think we I think that you're adding some clarity to scaling, and some of what my clarity lacked when I drew up the roadmap at the start of this one. So you're picking up some of my slack, Slayer. I appreciate it.
That's what the best duos do. And right now, you know the best duo is on the Rift for BLG. Solo lanes, man. Well, you know, maybe a trio. Elk has been
shout out to Elk,
super,
yeah.
Elk has been super impressive in this game as well. But it's not over yet. We're back to this mid lane sort of dance. But that's worse for top esports because their lanes have gotten even longer than before they have to respond to. We're starting to see the desperation of TES. They know that Infernal might be their last win con.
At least without a Zero turret, they can guarantee they can kind of play through mid. They have some coverage for BLG. There's a trap that if Bin steps on could be good information that's much needed for top esports. Because yeah, their next step is to try and make some progress here. Oh, that's an early
equalizer,
engage.
Another choke.
I am surprised about that one from Ben.
All right,
Don't think that was exactly worth it.
We're getting another fight where now all these ults are hitting Christine like they were earlier. They're going to jump Solar Flare, Chains of Corruption, a lot onto on, but Cream goes over the wall without help. Eats a dredge line, has to go into the stasis. Kanavi as well.
Doesn't matter.
There's no help coming for them. They jumped in too early, and now they got to bite the bullet. And the bullet is Knight running wild. Gets the triple kill. Elk shuts down Jackie Love. Down goes Top Esports. BLG are going to go up 1-0 with their super scaler of a comp.
I just watched Brother Cream EQ get exhausted and get one shot, as that's going to be the end of the game. BLG. The scaling of the carries, the range of it pays off, and an impressive game from Bin, Knight, and Elk as they managed to carry their team to a pretty convincing victory against Top Esports.
I'm going to commit a cardinal sin here while we got time as the Nexus goes down. Oh, they took away the scoreboard. All right. I was going to do some math.
They have to throw it back up. They have to throw it back up.
I was curious. I wanted to commit to some math to show how great that scoreline is. They went. I think so 20 plus kills, 2 deaths, and 30 plus assists between Bin, Knight, and Elk.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good trio there. One might say that trio could win a NBA title, you know, in a past era. Gonna put up numbers like that.
Which one's unfortunately the Bosch is my question.
Oh, I was thinking about the Celtics 3. And Elk is definitely Bosch. There's no question about that. Elk is Bosch.
I can't believe you went for the Celtics big 3 before the Heat big 3.
I mean, honestly, you're probably right, because we could say that Knight is LeBron, because, you know, he keeps on changing out his jungler, aka his team. So it's like late GM is Knight.
And then
that fits.
Bin, we just saw, played 400 games with On. Bin's Dwayne Wade because he's the most loyal to the organization. Yeah, and On is Udonis Haslem, so it's fine. We took this way too far. Solid game there from BLG. Yeah. This new Elk mid pick, I really think is going to take waves as this Azir answer, because we have a lot of good Azir teams or mid laners that play Azir well. I don't know. I'm enjoying how BLG are creating their own identity. This split with this Ziggs and Shadows champ pool. I do think that one perk for like this Knight versus Cream matchup is Knight, for me, has always been the LPL mid laner that has played every and all mages really well. Yes. I think that's been a struggle for Cream. We know Cream for the Sylas, the Akali, the Tristana, the Yone, and kind of the Azir, but his mage play is just kind of meh. Whereas Knight's mage play, I mean, you think of Knight's Orianna, the Syndra, like these are fantastic, well-known picks for Knight. So for me, I think that seeing him bust out the Ziggs and now go 2-0 on it in this matchup, it has been a pretty good look. And again, I think that there is a lot of value for this pick versus the Azir. And it has been nice to see some player, I say some player, not just some player, like the mid laner in LPL, pick this with confidence and play it very well. And looking even further, like what's around the Ziggs, and I kind of talked about it a bit when we saw this draft come through, how they played against Weibo. It's another patient early game from BLG where they punish the enemy team for indexing early and then kind of panicking when they're not super ahead. We're going to see that in this replay. You know, we talk about the two big mistakes, right? Could be the bottom lane teleport play, and then like I think it was the first big mid lane fight, but what BLG does so well with this comp is they have solo wave states that are positive for them, a bot lane that's able to, you know, go even in tempo. Shadow, you know, got a little bit caught running around the jungle. I still want to know what happened with that play, by the way. You can't tell me that Elk didn't squeeze between the soldiers there at all. Maybe the Dark Star Jhin has cosmic powers, you know? There you go. But I just love that BLG in Split 2, we got to give them such a crutch of having to be such an early game aggressive team for a lot of the year, and now they have this new comp where they play slow and punish their opponents for over-aggression, just like this bot lane fight that really blew the game open in my mind. Yeah, I think that's a good point, Slayer. This is a squad where... Sorry, I just watched Cream play that fight again. He didn't have any W's up after he R'd in, which is kind of a cardinal sin on Azir. But anyway.
I think top esports, at least in Split 1 when they were at their best, was when Kanavi was able to play with a lot of priority. And they definitely gave that over. I mean, Kanavi's an outstanding Italy player. And top esports, again, another team that has really proven that they can play with priority and win games with Kanavi. But yeah, BLG, they took the scaling, they shut that down, and then to see them actually scale into a game and play well enough to get there, that's not something we saw to BLG in Split 2. So I think that's a great call out, Slayer.
I just fanboying over these equalizers, too. That was the... You're going to get another... This one, too. I mean...
Yeah, it's still a bin pog. I don't care what Elk's scoreline was. It is still a bin pog.
I would agree. I also will say I'm not mad if any of the three of them get it. Personally.
It can't be Knight.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my 80
It's got to be Elk or bin.
Give it to Elk because I think
it's got to be Elk or bin.
I mean, these deadly flourish catches are just so pristine too. This fight was head scratching. Like, it's the first time those ults didn't layer correctly, but it was too late.
I think that like in the end, I think top esports in this one. Jakulev got caught out pretty bad, but I do think that top esports need to take a... They didn't really have a real way to reset. Like sometimes when you are playing the poke fights, it's nice to have a way to not just go one directionally in, but when you have Leona and then Cream sending it the way that he was, you can't really play a malleable fight. And then this one was tough. Yeah, Cream EQ'd in, gets exhausted, gets hooked, and gets DPS by Elk.
And just look, I mean, how does Jakulev...
That Azir looks hard. I mean, look... This game, this is... I saw Varus and Azir given over, and I saw BLG take 2 picks into that and just absolutely destroyed them. I hope that a lot of other people start considering Ziggs mid. I think the way Knight's playing it, it looks really good. I know that there's like a lot of value and proponents for this matchup, Ziggs versus Azir. If you followed LS, as a lot of people have for a long time.
That's not BLG Jr. Come on, guys.
Oh, it's not.
Not to derail you. I thought that was very funny.
No, that is kind of funny. Yeah, BLG Jr., that'd be LG.
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
Out of the 5 members, yeah. Anyway.
What a headline that would be.
Yeah.
Listen, here's the biggest takeaway, guys. Thanks to Knight. Learn from NA. Shout out APA Ziggs.
Yeah. I mean, hey, they beat top esports. BLG's like, why not? All right, thank you, LPL. LPL has been very based about the Pog picks. Definitely more based than LCK, who has to deal with the Keck W media votes. I'm glad that we get much less of that here in LPL.
I've seen some heinous LPL ones, personally. I think I've already had a
there have been some, but there are very much far in few between, and you just think about them more because there are very few. Someone that, been a part of both. Was on LCK for a split. A lot worse over there. Bin, deserved, Pog. The equalizers, like 3 or 4 equalizers, just picture perfect in that game. As BLG put together a nice game 1 win.
Very, very fun as well to see Ben. The one advantage I think he has over 369 right now in form is that he can play the carries super well, where 369 has done a lot of the tank duty. So showing the carry potential there in his MVP. You can help carry the LPL English unofficial broadcast at home in one awesome way, and that is by supporting us through coffee. So we can... Or actually...
We got that, but we also have something new over here that we got to talk to you guys about.
We do have something new.
We got a partnership.
Yeah, we do have a partnership, and I am going to... What's the word I'm looking for here? I am going to...
Chill?
Yeah, I'm going to... Well, Shill will be doing after the break. I'm going to kind of tease you guys. We have a new partnership that we're going to announce, and we're going to talk about that after the break. And there, we will get set for Game 2. Will Top Esports have a response, or are BLG looking to be the best team in the LPL form-wise so far? We'll find out that and more, and our new partnership on the other side of this intermission. All right, I've built up enough anticipation, not for our game 2, but for our exciting new partner here at the LPL English, and that is prodiff. If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or LTA who will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching for the pros today at prodiff.gg. Use code LPL10 at checkout, you see it below us, to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. Cubby, another exciting sponsorship, and I'm excited to see. I know that we're going to get some of the guys at prodiff to break down some critical LPL clips. Can you think of one from last game that you want to see the breakdown?
Yeah, probably the bin equalizer clip. That might have been one. I actually pulled a really good fight for that, hopefully from Wonjung. On Cassante, I learned yesterday that if Cassante presses R when Skarner is, impaling a group, then the impale actually travels with that, which makes sense in the game. I've just never seen that interaction before, and I watched Zhang move Skarner twice, which actually won a fight for them. So I thought he was a really big part of that series, that win over LNG. He's been playing really good this split, actually, over there in Group Nirvana. So, yeah, that'd be my clip. Very specific, but back to Group Ascend games, Slayer. Yeah. BLG won a convincing game with Nidon, Ziggs, into Azir. He's 2-0 playing that pick, and it's looked damn good for them.
So now Top Esports gets to shift to the blue side, though, as BLG did utilize that to get that Game 1 win. And I will say, if we're pulling on the historical, or I guess the yearly context of Top Esports in the Rumble stage, the reason they were such Game 3 merchants is because they lost a lot of Game 2s. Sorry to tell you, TES fans. Just saying.
Well, I guess they inversed it now. Right?
Maybe.
Lose game 1. I mean, maybe they're just going to make BLG look like LNG by the end of this. Win game 1 to give false hope, That
would be the worst thing you could ever ask.
I'm sorry to BLG fans.
LNG?
Yeah. I'm sorry to BLG fans for even just implying that. Especially after what was a really nice game 1 from them. I thought they played out their comp identity very well. So a little bit of hindsight in that as we kind of learned how the Jhin Zig scaled throughout that game. Definitely saw it, though, into the Azir, where Cream had a really tough game. And for me, that's where my eyes go for this game, too. Cream just has to play better. I don't care what the matchup is or what Cream's on. I expect Cream to be a better player than that. And he's going to need to be if they want to win this one.
Top Esports, blue side banning Gwen and Talia. Don't see that too often.
I think they want to Ambessa. That the Renekton ban tells me that it's likely an Ambessa plan for 2-3. And with Rumble and Cassante out of the pool, that is 2 of the better answers to Ambessa that are now off the table. So, curious to see what kind of priority they put on that, or if BLG decides to snipe that one away from them earlier on in this draft. But Renekton ban tells me that's definitely a pick to look out for, or something they could be setting up for.
That's really intriguing because I think the best Ambessa player right now in the LPL is Bin.
Yes, I agree. So the takeaway.
So the takeaway, 369. I do want to stress that he hasn't played a ton of carry games this split. And in those carry games, he's been fine, I would say. The Aatrox is 1-1. The Gragas, I guess, doesn't really carry. He's just outside the tank sphere is what I want to say. He doesn't have a ton of time on outside tank picks, and he doesn't have a lot of success on those right now. So this is a big call. The TES
opportunity.
Lock in 369 and Bessa. What does BLG want to turn back with the R1-2? Are they just going to lock up the Lovers duo now?
As critical as I've been at times of On, I have never been critical of his Rakan. He is a good Rakan player. And we've seen On have some decent moments on this champion. Will be his 3rd play on the Rakan for BLG. He is 2-0 through 3 series on the pick himself. So, Lovers duo secured. I got to say, that is quite early. I'm with you, Slayer, because I think Xayah struggles in the range, and I've really seen the rise of, hopefully, a Jinx. I really like the Jinx in the Xayah matchup. I think that range is the answer to this. So wondering if Jaculov can find some of that later on, as it looks like they're going to take that snap engage early on. Yep. Mid-jungle duo secured. Going to be some Wukong Annie. Yeah, that looks good to me.
Good setups for public execution, right? You just want to knock up, stun them up, and let 369 find an angle onto the back line. The Xayah, though, does get a lot more value, I do think, picking it early. You kind of dare them. So now this, Tipper stun, Cyclone. Elks can have a bit of a buffer, and now you get a tanky front line. Bin's going to do a fun little job called stand in front of Ambessa every fight and pray that I catch the public execution.
We'll say that we haven't loved Bin on the Scion. I think it's not really just Bin as a player. Like, I think Bin's Scion as a player is just kind of fine, but he's just spectate. Like, he's a spectator on this champion, right? It's not as good or proactive as some of the other Scions that we've seen. I think that he just kind of does his job. So we'll see. I mean, he's got a Xayah and Elk. See if he can do his job in this one. Definitely into Annie. I think Scion specifically really nerfs Annie as a pick just because Annie cannot deal with Scion at all. It has to be backline hunting for cream. So important that Top Esports can stay ahead in this game so they keep control over the map and set up angles for this Annie.
We'll have to see. Moving into the second phase of bans, though. You can see Jackie Love's pool get continually pinched. I did want to shout out, I like that Kalista ban. Don't listen to the MSI blurb. Like, Jackie Love has looked really good on this Kalista this year. Yeah, you can still play it. Take away the Lucian, so BLG are just trying to get rid of those aggressive bottom lanes.
Yeah, I think Victor ban here is probably decent. I know it's not. I just think into Annie or Aurora. I'd take away Victor or Aurora here if I'm Top Esports. So, yeah, Victor taken away. Best pick left for Knight, man.
You talked about his mage pool, man. Where does he go now?
I'm wondering if he picks or if Shadow picks, because we're in a unique scenario where you could save R5 for...
Not 5. You do this. I don't...
Yeah, I very much prefer Xin Zhao. I think Crescent Guard is very valuable against Annie, Wukong, and Bessa. Just not trying to control the terrain a little bit, and then if you Crescent Guard at a well-timed against Annie, you can sometimes just take away all that burst damage early on, so... Okay, gonna be the Corki and the Rel, so no range option for Jackula, but a lot of that early to mid-game power to try and interact. I think it's fine this game, Slayer.
I think it's better than, I've been pretty critical of Corki angles in a lot of these games. It's better this game than the Corki that I saw, I believe, from Weibo against BLG. But I also really like this Aurora as a, sort of sneaky... This is the flank angle, right? Because you draft the Bin to be the big front line. You're trying to catch all this damage, soak it up with the Xin Zhao, with the Scion. Knight can get crafty with this between world and really threaten Jackie Love. Because I do think this Corki is in a good position until that Aurora came through. Scarier position to be in.
Yeah, so for me, Corki struggles in games where he can be outranged. I don't think that's necessarily an issue as much in this one.
It's not,
So I know Knight on the Aurora, Annie has control of that matchup. Like, it takes a level or two, but once she gets it, I'm just curious to see if Kanavi is able to invade at all. Because for me, Top Esports, like, I think they kind of get outscaled. It's weird. Like, they have to deal with a Scion later on, but of course you have Ambessa, Wukong in your team. So for me, part of it comes down to better execute, but I think I am worried about Scion later on. I just want to see if they can get any sort of lead early, because a lead with Annie in that early game can be very scary to play against your BLG.
BLG on the precipice of being the only undefeated team left in Group Ascend, and that would start to bring people into the conversation of maybe it's BLG that can win it all in Split 3. Just like Walla Ofis, I do think the Sixers can do it all and win it all this year. That is
trust the process.
Trust the process. The front core of the future will get it home. Just like BLG fans are hoping this Game 2 comp will bring it home and set themselves up for maybe conversations as the best team in the LPL. But Top Esports are in position to answer. It all comes down to the very familiar battle arena you all love, know, and definitely hate in your solo queue games. And in LPL fashion, we'll bring it in with a classic Jayo. Let's see which fan base wins it this time, Cubby.
All right, new theory, Slayer.
Okay.
Fan chants are just red side bias because they know that the blue side is a 60% win rate here in LPL.
Okay.
They're trying to counteract it.
You know what we all... Oh, hold on. All right,
it's not
I'm not
real.
falling for this. Yeah, it's not real. It's not real. I want to revisit something we talked about Game 1, Cubby. AI lost to the humans in the voting last time, if you remember.
True.
TES?
They hated the Ziggs mid.
They did. And boy, were they proven wrong. So AI's not that smart yet, folks. Don't get too scared.
It's definitely not. I have been critical of those graphs for the entirety of it, but Hey, BLG, I thought they had a harder draft to execute last game. They played it really well this time around. A lot simpler when you're playing, you know, Xayah, Rakan, Sion. It's about this front line holding, making sure that your feather rips are big. I do think that top esports do have some ways for their melee engages to play around some of these feather rips.
Gets the flash out of Elk. Can they get enough damage back on the tree? He's going to cleanse the ignite, burn the heal barrier. All these summoners getting dropped. Level 1. Song gets flicked back over Hong. Elk stepping up a little bit too far for this Gatling gun. He's going to take Morado and just give first blood. Head-scratching start to the bot side.
Rel, level 1, very powerful, especially into Rakan. You can see it was a quill start for the Rakan, which is a little bit interesting with Xayah Rakan, because if you go W start, like you have synergy with your kit, right? You can empower Xayah's W as well. Instead, it was... I don't think if that was the right level 1 start from On. I know that it's Elk that died, but if you go Grand Entrance in that, you're at least able to interact a little bit. Or at least buy some space against Jackie Love, but... ended up looking a little silly for Elk after he had a dominant game 1.
Yeah, I think once you lose both your summoners, trading is kind of off the table for you. So I don't know what's going on here anymore.
007 mission was snuffed out by On.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm trying to remember what was the name of the character in the GoldenEye game that wore the funny hats? Oh, what was his name? Wore the top, like the bowler hat.
I'm sadly not Kangas who would be able to answer this.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
There was a joke in there for that, but we can't fall back into our LNG talking points.
No, we cannot. That's be a disservice to everyone involved. It was a disservice to our eyes earlier. We have a palate cleanser in front of us. We must enjoy it, Slayer, or else morale is down and punishments will resume.
Yeah, that's true. I gotta remember. Punishment shall continue. Let's talk about these jungle paths, though, because I do see that Kanavi is getting a little bit cheeky on this top side.
Already secured the crab. Yeah,
he's ahead of Shadow.
I mean, he's just going to use this prio from Cream and the Annie, I think, to make sure that he gets a super clear. That said, Cream chunked out a little bit. Going to retreat towards the top side, trying to pull Knight up. And Shadow maybe looking to contest the respawn Raptors.
Okay, double knockup on the bot side. Another jungler, like you called out, is going to be close enough to continue this trade.
It's a Raptor who's posturing.
TP coming through, though, for Cream, and Knight's a little bit lower, so maybe that's...
Yeah, Kanavi was stalling for the TP, as Annie's going to TP back first after Knight forced him out, so good posturing coming out from both of our junglers there. Don't mind it. We'll say that Hong was not able to reset, or has yet to reset, was trying to go for the trap, and On with the early level 4 has managed to keep his resources up pretty high. Actually in decent shape, so this bot lane matchup, despite the kill...
Eats a blade caller.
What?
All right, so both of our AD carries in this matchup with very intriguing positional mistakes.
Not what we're used to seeing in a matchup that features Elk versus Jackie Love. And
now Alt takes a turret shot, and wow, that's Rakan for you.
Oh, okay.
Any other support, he's dead.
Yeah, I thought so too, but does lose the flash. Was a good look from Hong and Kanavi, as that will at least freeze the wave that does help Jackie Love out in the long haul, as that wave stays in front of the turret. So, well, I think it is a small win for top esports, just the fact that the wave's here, and I'm curious what the response is. Do we have the lane swap? Because with the Xayah, Rakan, and the Sion, any swap is a good one. You want Sion in that 1v2. If Sion and Ambessa are each losing resources, that's a world where Sion's a lot happier in. So I like the fact that BLG is looking to set this one up.
I wonder how much the freeze.
Ooh, look out for Bin ult. I think Bin's going to try an R. They're going to try and get a kill here.
All right, better way to step behind the Ambessa, just kill her. I like that strategy more. Here we go. Topple onslaught. No, he doesn't land the slow, and all right, I guess he's just stick around and hover. They get their own freeze going at least. Maybe it's for the freeze.
Yeah, he doesn't want to pull the creeps in because then Sion won't be able to base. Bin was able to base as
What's up with
what is it with
Tibbers?
Tibbers?
Yeah, Tibbers. Yeah, I don't understand. Cream, you never want to be in the same combos with High Chop at anything, buddy.
It was Angel missing, but still.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Just unnecessary shots at High Chop.
You know what, Slayer? I appreciate it. I mean, I didn't know you were trying to appeal to me this much.
Oh, no, it looks like Glaze now. Damn it. But no, that's a good point. What is with these? That's what we were talking about. The Tibbers, right, guys? That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, we've seen a couple Tibbers, 2 or 3 Tibbers go sideways today, and that's usually not an ult we're used to seeing go sideways in League of Legends. That said, also not used to seeing our supports landing with our top laners, but Hong using the Spellbook TP to get up top. Support the Ambessa. I still think this benefits Bin on the Scion. Experience gap now in favor of Scion and Corki. Is this the trade we want as top esports? I'm going to blanket say probably not. Because Scion can actually push around the Ambessa if you do get accelerated in terms of levels and items, which it sure seems like Bin is kind of getting to that point now. If this lane stays like this for a while.
Oh, wow. That was just by 369 double fail their pullback. That blade caller. And the bottom lane is out trading a top lane support combo. The junglers are invading each other, by the way. Ult advantage to Kanavi. Shadow still likes his odds because Bin roams over first from the turret. This game is so weird, and somehow Kanavi's going to make this 1v2 work, pick up the kill. Now Jackie Love's here. Bin is not tanky enough to even find this trade kill. The split 2 MVP making the difference, but here comes the goal in the left hand. Knight over from the mid lane picks up the first kill. Jackie Love, can he find either one of these trades?
He wants it.
The decimating smash going
He's got
forward
flash.
with the Gatling gun. Knight, though, goes invisible, and now Jackie Love has to contend with the Bin tank. Pops the barrier, gets the rocket off. Cream finally coming over. He's going to flash over with the stun, but the grasp auto comes through. That's feats of warfare for BLG in a continuously weird game 2.
Yeah, I think the grasp auto was a good call out by Slayer because I think Jackie Love didn't think he'd go down to an auto attack from Scion. Of course, did have the flash and could have broke vision. Was trying to bait for Annie. Jackie Love, always our min-max player. Unfortunately, not able to max things out there. As I really felt like he could have had Knight. I think there was a window where he had flash and Knight did not.
Yeah, why
Which I want to check in our spectate because Jackie Love had flash available through all this. As Kanavi, I mean, the level 6 was the big difference maker here. You called it out as well, Slayer. That helped him get through. And then Knight, I know he has flash and spectate. I don't think he had flash available, though, for this fight on live. I saw the line. I saw it kind of coming back off cooldown.
Well, they're showing
yeah, you can see that he had flash. I mean, again, I'm with the LPL observers. I think they're showing this, and then for the auto, let's see where the auto was at. Yeah, it was a hunt. It was the auto Q. He weaves in a Q as well. Okay, we return, and there's more fighting. Kanavi's dead.
Kanavi's dead. Top, we got to give grubs now.
I want to see how that one happened. No, top can still play this. They have Annie.
Okay. All right, they do have Annie. And Unstoppable Onslaught. Yep, it's a 5-man, so Bin's going to deny.
Cannot play it anymore.
Pick up the grubs. Bin, 1 versus 3. Just chilling, man. This guy's got a lot of health. Okay, maybe not that much health. Maybe not that much health, Bin. Okay. So what happened to our clean League of Legends of game 1? Where did that go?
I don't know.
Oh, it's not over.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Shadow has flash.
Shadow's fine.
Okay.
And Hong misses. Where did my top 2 teams in the LPL go? I want them back. Give them back.
I mean, this is part of the fun of LPL Slayer. We got some chaos. It's okay. I do think that some of the benefactors of this gonna have to look at Knight and Cream, as both of our mid laners gotten kind of ahead. Gonna have Knight doing a decent job of harassing 369 out of here. Now, I do think that each of these mid laners is kind of their goal, especially if you're Annie, to empower your jungler, open things up for Kanavi. I do want to see if Cream and Kanavi can play together, as we're gonna get a replay. Oh. Okay, yeah, that E from Kanavi was not warranted. Good response from On. Instant alt cast and instant deletion.
Here we go with Ben.
As, yeah, then Ben, sadly, I mean, watching a Scion get deleted, you don't get to watch this every day, so.
Nope.
This is some of the best League of Legends in the world. We just get to watch a Scion be deleted.
That's a tough sell there, Cubby. That's a tough sell. All
Well,
right.
I like this play from BLG.
Yep. Oh, good stun from Cream.
Q comes back quickly if it gets canceled like that. Oh, Shadow.
Shadow. Nice. Gets the knock up. No stun on the Tibbers. That's why he smash doesn't land. When becomes lightning, the red buff burn, and he goes back in. Shadow schmoves, gets him the kill on the top side, and TES do not have an answer. Bot lane trying to go after Knight.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite literally all Shadow. Ben was not able to contribute the way that he wanted to there. As Elk might have to go airborne.
Just dead. All right. Oh.
Okay.
Wow. You gonna take that, Jackie Love, or what's up?
I think if he, like, R flash autoed, by the way, to get a Sheen proc, he might have gotten Elk there again, but then Elk,
Oh my God.
Elk
Just
could
danced
go
on this
airborne at any point, doesn't need to, and keeping those feet on the ground, those clicks are, clicks are clean.
can't wait for the LPL Mog edit that's gonna come through from that. I know there'll be one.
Yeah,
Where they just slow-mo the like really loud techno, and it's just like dodging all these skill shots. Highlight the flash that's up, highlight the ult that's up. It's a classic. It's a banger.
They do like to have fun over there. I think that's how I'd classify their meme edits. Or Mog edits. I like the Mog edits.
All right. Yeah, I'm with the lingo. The hip lingo. That's what you're saying these days. The hip lingo of the next couple seconds here is called Dragon, because that thing is still up. What's with these two teams not wanting to take Dragon until like 13 minutes?
I don't mind fishing around for the buff. I don't think we know the Knight's here, though.
Kanavi is caught again. Trickster slips out, goes back in, double knockup. Like it from Kanavi, but he just doesn't have enough juice to bring home the smoothie. Elk getting jumped on by 369, does get the Blade Caller snare, though, and it's another fight where Kanavi is caught to start.
Yeah, Knight was able to sneak in behind a control ward, gets the Between Worlds down, and Kanavi, I thought the re-engage could have gotten away with it. Was not the case. Was clipped by the E of Knight on his way out. Kanavi falls. Dragon still alive, but that blue buff invade goes to the wayside.
All right, so let's take stock of where everything's at right now, because I think it's critical to point out the Shadow will start up this Dragon. I wonder, how much gold do we think Knight's sitting on? I think
definitely has enough for Leandri's if he does go back, but he doesn't have TP up, so he's going to try and stay strong on the map. Frankly, I don't think this Dragon's BLG's. No. Yeah, because the ults were used there by BLG in the fight, so I think top esports are smart to return to the scene of the crime and watch Cream.
It's fine to give this. They don't need to stick around. Just let On die. This is first Dragon. Okay, here comes Bin.
Hot soup coming through.
And gets the knockup, and Hong is traded. Yep.
It connected. Wow, over the wall. I did not see that one coming. Guess what, Drake? That's all BLG's again. Top Esports going to trade this out for some resources on the Ambessa. I still think that returning to the scene was okay. Like, they at least trade 1-for-1 and buy some time and space for Ambessa. They get Bin's TP back up to respond, but well played from Bin. We said that at times on the Scion, just not what BLG needs as a team, or doesn't have as big of an impact as other Scions. And besides that one blip of a fight they took after Grubs, Bin's been good with pressuring the map so far.
He learned from his last Unstoppable Onslaught. Also, a PSA to all you Scion players: if you want to hit your drifts, you have to have watched Tokyo Drift. Just want that on record.
Okay, that's a bit of a reach, but respect. Knight, again, you said hasn't based in a while. They're going to try and go for the dive. Cream. Yep, that's
good
dead.
Setup.
Ooh.
If that one minion, that one pesky caster minion doesn't come up, I think Cream dies to turret.
You know, Knight might have stolen the Ziggs pick from APA. You know what other phrase I've stolen from APA himself that I like, that also is very appropriate for that scenario?
What's that?
Flashing air. I fear Knight flashed air. As first brick does fall in favor of Top Esports, that does keep feats on the table.
It does. It does also finally give Knight that reset that he probably should have taken earlier. Here's the Leandri's done. Triforce also complete for Jackie Love, as On is going to cancel the dash. Oh, On's Recon, as good as advertised. You called it out, Cubby, and it's finding picks now for BLG.
Yeah, allowed to function in that fight. Is On dancing his way through. Good find for him, and a good setup again from Shadow. And I think the big story is, we have a couple recalls coming out, my fight over Rift, but right before Slayer so far, Shadow's been matching Kanavi. Like, Kanavi is considered one of the premier junglers here in the LPL. It really is him and Tarzan, and the powerful junglers we've seen so far this year. Shadow, again, stepping into BLG, has really been getting the best of him between these two games.
The big talking point.
I was not expecting that coming in. I thought this is when Shadow's, his stocks would, start to drop, because you're facing Kanavi, again, a stud jungler.
And knowing what we heard from Knight, that Shadow's taken over so much of the shot calling in a loud voice, just makes us even cooler.
This could be bad for BLG.
Ruin. They do TP in, I believe that's Knight. Okay, Knight's going to cover the turret. Okay. So they're not going to lose the mid-tier 1.
They didn't commit a person to have the Herald hop in, and I don't blame them for that, because I think On could have engaged, but I also thought there was a decent world for Top Esports to actually look for a turret take. It's given... maybe they're waiting for Cream to have 11 and actually join, as he's going to ding it there, so... They are going to be a little bit bigger now.
The limit's completed for Cream as well, so you get that combat Tibbers value. One other thing I want to point out, it was a talking point with the Scion stuff, right? That Bin has been a really impressive Scion. Up 800 gold over 369's Besta. That is pretty massive, I would say, for the lane state he was in, especially early before the swap came across.
Yeah, I mean, I think that his game impact's been big. I mean, he's currently sitting on 2 items, and 369 has not based in a while, but gonna need to now, because he definitely cannot hold a candle to this Scion. As Hot Soup coming through. Goodbye, Wave.
Hello, team fight. And once again, these bottom lanes are just so bloodthirsty.
369's got a base. We're gonna Cream fix the map. I think once Cream fixes this wave, gets a slow push going, it's a maybe.
They should lose mid-tier 1 for that, though.
Yeah, they should.
Like the rotation of BLG, so
Good call.
get that mid-tier 1. That opens up a lot more of the map. I also think Bin might be able to get this. So this should be BLG really opening the map up. They're going to knock all these tier 1 turrets off the board. And again, it's this new, slow, and more methodical approach from BLG, showing its true colors.
We saw this, though, like, from BLGs of, I'm thinking of years past, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much from the Bin on era. Like, we've seen, like, this, no matter what jungler plays, if they get ahead early, they can play maps out well. I think that the key is just seeing it be a little bit more calculated here. Which I like what you're saying, but it feels like, again, with Shadow stepping in, the direction's been sound for BLG so far, and if you give players like Bin, like Knight, like Elk good direction, that is why this iteration of BLG has been a perennial Worlds contender. So, again, the Shadow stocks, I mean, we thought that if it were to start to flounder or struggle on any day, it would be here. But so far, they've only gone up from what we've seen so far in this series.
It's wondrous what you can get out of this team when you let Knight and Bin just worry about being Knight and Bin. That is when BLG are at their best, and that is what Shadow has provided as an ailment.
Sure seems like it.
Hurting team from Split 2.
Sure seems like it.
And, you know, if BLG, you know, come out with this win, which they're ahead in, you favor the spot they're in at this point in the game a bit, who can really stop this? There's only one team that could potentially
I cannot believe that we're going to... It's got to be AL in form, but also the other team would probably be IG, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, I mean, good luck selling that.
Yeah, well, feat secured for BLG.
That's like trying to sell Samoas to a neighborhood allergic to coconut.
We'll see. I mean, I know that IG has really not been able to topple BLG yet, but hey, man, the Shy's giving me hope.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
He has played good the last 2 splits.
No,
he really
has. He has. He's been very good, but
he's giving me hope.
We're forgetting the other 4 members of that team.
That's okay. We're going to see what happens. I mean, it could be just way revenge game, because as a sports fan, you got to respect the revenge games.
You do always have to respect the revenge game. That's a good point. All right, let's take a look at what the scope of this bottom side of the map looks like, though, Cubby, because we do have Otacon spawned down there. A lot of the team's priority. Get a look at the items coming back up pretty soon here as well. Both TPs available to these top laners as they just trade waves, which, again, Bin's got to be happy about because his top lane tier 1 turret's still up. All right.
Yeah, that matchup can be a little bit different now that Black Cleaver's in possession of 369, but Shadow has also come up here. Ooh.
Oh, the slow chilling smite comes across. 369's just dead here. He can probably execute. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. And Best has 5 billion dashes. Shadow has his flash. The Mad Lad dash is done. Shadow picks up that kill.
Great play. There's nothing else going on the map right now. BLG is able to play max defense. And they get the punish off the Suisaw lane state. It might be mid-out or falling, but I think this is well worth it. BLG should give this and be happy giving it Hong. Okay.
Hong, all right. Gets Cleanse ult out of the Zaya. Hong also chunked pretty low. Like that creative angle out of Hong.
I mean, at least if you're top esports, you can punish a Shadow Flash, you can punish Elk Cleanse being down. I do think that this game, not being very volatile, has in a way hurt them, just given Annie Wukong and how they can really stomp on summoner spells being missing in a very effective way. So so at least they have something to play off of now. But these side lanes, like Annie, this is the point of the game where Annie really starts to fall off. Like, you don't win these side lane matchups into Aurora or Scion anymore.
Nope.
If you see Scion, you want to run for the hills immediately.
How much does this game state feel like the spot we were in game 1? The more you talk, the more I feel like we're in a spot.
I'm kind of concerned. You haven't seen Top Esports pull the trigger fast enough in this game, and now with this one, Kanavi split the choke.
Look at Bin.
Hong didn't go in.
Bin is just holding TS completely at
Yeah.
bay. They can't walk past him.
Cream?
Cream go for the flash, gets the huge tippers down. Public execution comes across. There's the dive comp. Finally clicks into place for TS. Knight's dipping and dodging around the between worlds, but he's using it defensively to buy space. Kiting back away from 369, gonna flash away over the wall as the Flint Blade Caller hits on a Jackknife and Cream. It's Cream to the rescue again, just like the last fight from TS, but are they pushing too far forward? Because Bin has a ton of health, setting up Elm to get these Blade Callers back down. Has to flash over the wall as he does trade 369 out. TES nearly threw away their huge fight window.
They did. They lose one in 369 on pressing that fight forward, but honestly, they took away Knight's Flash, Elk's Flash, and Bin's Flash. I think that's worth losing 369 for. You can reset and try and fight the Dragon or the Otacon, taking 3 flashes away from those members. You can now look for Rel engages, look for Wukong engages, look for Annie engages, and props to Cream. I know that we were very critical of Cream in game 1, and rightfully so, but this is a really nice re-engage that I didn't see coming, and BLG didn't either. As they funnel into the choke, the 3-man combo comes in. On and Shadow get chunked, and 369 able to have a good follow-up in a way that really splits the fight for BLG. And despite the best in terms of Knight's heroics, that rip from Elk wasn't efficient enough. He really ends up playing out a pretty good fight, but he can only be so efficient in the fight because Top Esports took their time in trying to find the collapse around this Xayah. As we return to live, looks like Hong did lose his flash. As Otacon being tapped by BLG. This is a little ambitious. They're trying to get 369's CP out for sure.
All those key ultimates are back up online, though. They're just relying on Bin to hold the front strong.
They can't
Otacon,
see
they
the
still can't see
HP.
it. 5K, below 5K, they gotta go. Gotta see if they can find an angle. Kanavi, can he wither his way in? No, the Cyclone Knockup does not get it. Otacon secured, and Knight does execute him. All gets a 3-man charge on the back end of Between Worlds. It's beautifully layered from BLG, but it's 369 trying to rip through the back line, going back to front, but all he finds is a Blade Caller back to the fountain.
A huge fight from On as the re-engage really trying to come in there from Top Esports, completely stymied by the combo of the Rakan. Locked up 3, they could never walk through the choke. And BLG, by forcing that fight quickly, they really forced an off-kilter fight for Top Esports where they couldn't set up, they couldn't walk through the Scion, and they couldn't get through the Rakan to the choke. It just ended up being a fight where BLG, Elk were able to free fire.
This fight really felt like the benefit of playing Rakan into a low-range comp.
I mean, again, like, BLG is kind of flashless. I'm just surprised that Top Esports were able to find a better engage. I think Hong should have sent it there with Kanavi. Because he's kind of late to stand it, and then they don't, like, he kind of stymies On here. But On played such a beautiful fight between that E back. Kanavi never got a second cast off of his ultimate, and then the flash grand entrance in. Perfection from On's Rakan. As that fight was really difficult for Top Esports because they couldn't get through the choke. And between Bin and On holding it, that was masterfully played by BLG.
Now they can settle back in with Opticon to give them even more benefits in the levels, getting all those petals. They're also on Cloud Soul Point, which you would have liked to see a lot of other Souls. I don't think this is a great game for Cloud for a lot of teams. It's still nice. Not going to discredit the power of a Soul. It's Knight.
Oh, Knight might be dead. Knight might be dead.
Yeah, he might get chased down. He does have his turret to fall back to. This tier 1 turret being up, really just hindering everything they can do there on the top side. Bot side, by the way, picture in picture. Bin is going blow for blow with 369. He does have to use the onslaught to get back out, but Shadow completely out of position right in front of Baron.
I mean, they should rip this. They just got Bin's ult. They're going to force On off. What's stopping them from ripping it? Yeah, okay, there we go.
Here we go.
There we go. We're line Top Esports. Let's go.
They need this. TES, they've been kind of outclassed in a lot of this series so far. Start the Baron up, but come off it as Tibbers does die and fall off. All right. TES aren't confident pulling the trigger with jungle down. That's a bit head-scratching.
I mean, they can't fix their waves. They can buy some time. So I don't think it's all bad, but yeah, I thought that was a chance for them to really rip it. I mean, you're missing Aurora ult. You could have gotten Knight's TP out for sure. You would have gotten Bin's TP out for sure, and then you could play... Like, if you just do that and you're able to somewhat retreat, I think that you're playing out like a much better setup or world afterwards where Ambessa could actually threaten the side lanes. But by not trying to start that series of events, you give BLG the chance to reset. And the next fight they're going to have, a lot of their flashes are going to be up. Look at the flashes for BLG. Jaculov's going to be the one missing flash for a while, pretty much until that dragon fight starts. And BLG are going to have all their flashes up. I like the fact they're looking at this Baron now because 369 doesn't have TP.
And they're ripping it. Elk is on 3 items, by the way. Gets the LDR done. The scaling difference in these marksmen coming through here for Elk, who's been so good in this series. Does he have another great fight in him? Alongside Knight's flank, there's the charm. On goes in, he gets the 2 backline carries. Again, it's on to the rescue, and Elk to bring the guns. Wiping the floor with BLG, just like that. Nobody left up but Hong and 369 on the other side of the map, and maybe I spoke too soon. All 4 members topside for TES, down and out of the fight.
All right, I know that fight was really bad for Top Esports. I think the real mistake is not hitting the Baron. You have to hit the Baron, try and get Bin and Knight to actually TP and respond to you, but then you can kind of retake the map afterwards. They opt into such a crappy fight here where, again, Jaculov is flashless. BLG had flashes coming back up. Jaculov having to face check that with 369 being bot with no TP. If you play the last timer where you get the TPs out and you can reset and like play from there, it's a much better world, but instead BLG get to reset for free. They play the Baron and make this fight look way too easy. Again, their conditions, they just got Knight's flash back up. This is such a good time for them to fight given the flash timers. And Jaculov just positioned in such an illegal spot given that he has no flash, given where Konami's at. Hong has a decent attempt to try and peel for him, but it's not even close to hitting, as everyone melts there for Top Esports. And these setups for them, it's not been what we're used to seeing from Top. We're used to seeing quite a bit better play in terms of how they're able to set up these objectives and find these later fights, but I think BLG have been the ones really running all over them.
The macro diff is what's singing through most here for BLG, which is crazy to say for a team that was so much about hands checking. This Knight just using the Aurora to half HP the 2 carries on the TES side. And now On fights another engage, and Elk, my god, cuts through that tanky rail like butter. They do get the stuns down on the Shadow, but he re-engages with the Crescent Guard, forces Scream to flash back over the wall. And look at Bin, he's holding Jaculov under his own turret. It's a triple kill over to Elk, who's been a superstar in this series, but maybe it's just all of Billy Gaming, who are the superstars and potentially your new big bad threat against anyone's legends in Split 3 as they make the final march down to stamp a huge 2-0 to crown themselves the last undefeated team in the LPL Group Ascend.
Going to retreat and take Soul, and no MSI hangover to be had with BLG. Welcome Shadow to the lineup. Welcome BLG to dominance. Top Esports, they're going to TP, try and fight this. I think it's the only chance or play they have left. Hong with the spell book. Going to get here in time, but doesn't have a smite available. Yeah, that spellbook TP for naught. And that Cloud Soul secured for BLG. And man, I mean, what a resounding victory for BLG to just prove that Shadow is not just another jungler, all right? I think this this girlfriend might be here to stay for BLG. This isn't just a jungle flame.
I've seen him smiling still in the player cams. And as long as this guy's smiling and Knight's doing what he does best, deleting whatever mid laner stands in his path. I'll say it. The honeymoon. This is not a honeymoon phase. This is what BLG looks like now if they're all clicking. Oh, here we go.
Oh boy, goodbye Jaculov. Yep.
Sweet Jaculov. Good luck playing low range Corki. That's exactly what happens to you. This is just one final fight to show off all your big damage if you are BLG.
Wow.
And that will do it. The final ace comes through. Welcome in your final undefeated team of Group Ascend. Welcome in your true challengers to the title Anyone's Legend brought in Split 2. It's the new Shadow-led Billy Gaming.
A little mid gap in that series, Slayer. I think a little AD gap, a little team gap overall, as BLG showing that their new addition of Shadow more valuable than the addition of Hong for Top Esports, and proving that they are the team to beat undeniably now in the LPL.
Ooh-wee. Talked about it. No MSI hangover. I'm seeing smiles. Knight smiling. That means the team's smiling.
That's the most important smile. That's the most important thing, Shadow. Make sure your mid laner's smiling there, buddy. I've seen other people in that seat, and I've seen their career paths. You got to smile, and your mid laner's got to smile. That's the best thing you can do to stay in that seat. And to be fair to Shadow, the other best thing you can do is look damn good on the Rift, which Shadow has done with his BLG squad. I mean, this team is playing good.
You said mid gap, AD gap, team jungle gap.
A little bit of jungle gap too. Yeah, a little bit of jungle gap too.
That's our split 2 MVP there, Cubby.
Yeah, well, my split 2 MVP was Knight, so you know, he was the MVP of this series. To be fair, as well.
He was.
Yeah.
Again, we always the thing that's different for me is we always knew that Knight could, you know, gap mid lane. We saw times where, you know, Elk played this well. Bin was just always a rock in the top side. This happened at different sparing points. What I still am just going to campaign that's different about BLG is their approach to games is vastly different than Split 2. It's not the same right now. I think it is just so, you said it best. It is calculated. They are clinical and calculated right now in Split 3.
I think that is, in the past, like, BLG, for me, what has made them a terror is that it felt like whenever they got a lead, they were so efficient in closing out those games. Like, it wasn't just the individuals being sick. Like, that's what got them the lead. It was then, as a team, like, the decisions they made. I thought this was the best Baron team in the world when BLG was at their peak. Like, they would get Baron the way they deploy and just shut down maps, like, with one Baron. It was stupid watching the things they would do. We just haven't really seen that from this squad of late. But, man, it feels like with Shadow, some of that calculation's back. Both games were wrapped up very cleanly. It feels like that they have a better idea of how and where to play with their power curves. There's a big thing where, like, in the past BLG, I mean, this team is so good. Sometimes I feel like they really disrespect power curves. There's when and where to fight, and they could get away with it with how talented they are. Now they're getting those things right, and their talent is what has them putting away teams like Top Esports and making it look easy.
And it's just top to bottom, right? In different sort of facets. And the way I want to spotlight that is with Bin. In this series, Bin plays a Pog-worthy Rumble where he plays, you know, a carry. He's a carry. He gets a lead. He impacts team fights with a ton of damage. The second game, I mean, 369's at best sub. When did we ever see it have any, like, huge motion? That one cream triple tipper stun? Outside of that, I mean, the Scion's what made that in best sub fall pretty silent, at least in the laning phase and mostly beyond.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 369 is the last person I talk about when it comes to Top Esports and this series and this game. I think it was a bit of a stinker series from Jackie Love, sadly. And also Kanavi and Hong. I mean, I thought that there was a real team gap there. And Cream, yeah. And Cream. 369 is the least of my concerns. That was a solid, just 6th day for him. And if I'm the coach, I'm talking to him last.
Yeah.
Or not at all.
I definitely didn't want to... Yeah, I definitely was using that point to discredit 369 more as, like, prop up that Bin is... Well, because...
Not wrong, yeah.
Well, even in, like, the one question for Bin right now is Scion games, and this was, like...
This was a good Scion game.
He had a terrible Scion game in the last series where they lost. Not last series, the last time he played it. This was a much better Scion game.
This was a much better Scion game. Again, I think sometimes with Bin, like, I think he plays Scion okay as a champion, but sometimes just doesn't impact the map enough, or, like, the team doesn't play with it well enough. I thought that he played it really well that game. And, yeah, I mean, another very convincing gold graph. Guys, this was BLG just making it look clean against Top Esports with the 2-0. I love how Knight's playing right now. I know that Knight himself felt like he didn't do enough for this team at MSI in order to lift those trophies or even lift the LPL trophies last split. And now the form that Knight's been in so far this season has honestly been pretty terrifying for this split. So, good to see. I hope it continues.
For Top Esports, it is not getting easier from here, Cubby, because they next play, they get about 3 days off, and the next play against AL, who, oh no, sorry, in 2 days they play against AL. So I think a lot of the narrative that just got pushed was about AL in their last series. They wiped JDG, which, yes, you could say some of that is JDG might be the most dysfunctional team right now in the LPL, but also people were like, maybe AL's MSI hangover is over. And now Top Esports have to run into them as AL is looking to climb up the standings that they kind of fell into a hole with already.
I think that's actually a decent barometer for the league, how AL plays in the top, and I just hope the top plays better in that series overall. Because I feel like they were kind of split and kind of flat tonight against BLG. This Otacon call was really good from BLG, and again, I will really stand by at least that Baron never being ripped by top esports is what created that really poor, you know, chain of events for them around that Baron. I think that while that looks bad for top and was well played for BLG, again, not choosing to rip Baron and take away those TPs from top or from BLG, I mean, led to a fight where your flashes are down, BLG's were up, and I mean, in spite of that, we saw them just absolutely shred this team fight where, again, 369 couldn't join with where he was in the map, which is why I thought Baron needed to be ripped in the last timer. So, no need to look at the replays from there. Game was over after that play, and just another fantastic performance from this BLG team that, man, I think this might start to give LPL fans hope for, you know, not just LPL itself, but maybe some international hopes. If BLG can show up like this with Shadow.
Yep.
I mean, like BLG, it feels like if T1 just didn't exist on the planet, BLG probably would have never changed their roster, never needed to. But that has just been their Achilles heel at some of these international events.
Yeah, that's
it is. What happens with BLG in a world where T1 doesn't exist?
Well, what happens to you? Okay, but can't you say that with like 5 other teams in the world?
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you're T1. But I think that T1, especially just given their resurgence in the past few years with this core they had and kind of how that came up in the same time as BLG, the dominance they've had, and I should say BLG's dominance in the LPL, T1's dominance of second place in the LCK in that, you know, time frame. I do think that, like, for me, BLG's path has always been intertwined with T1. Like, I think that for me, a big reason why I would change On is because On is, like, I look at the historically the T1 series, it's Zeus can match Bin and On can't beat Keria. I think that's what's dictated a lot of the history of this, like, that rivalry just in a nutshell, right? And now, I mean, I still feel the same way about On. We definitely saw that from them going up against T1 at MSI, but yeah, this team is giving me more confidence. It feels like BLG, like the way I described them going into MSI was they were the team from the LPL that had the brawn, whereas AL had the brain. It feels like the brawn team is playing with a lot more brain, and it's been a lot happier for BLG. As you're giving the thumbs down, I give a thumbs up over to Knights Aurora. It was fantastic in that game.
Should be on. I think it should be on. I think the 2 biggest fights of the game, he had those amazing recon engages.
He did. That's fair.
The Otacon fight, and then that last Baron fight you're talking about. We can give it a night. But I do think you have valid criticisms of On. Here's what I'll say. This guy does not lose on recon. So keep that in mind for any of the series you see on recon.
Oh, he's 3-0 so far.
There you go. The stats back me up. Gotta love when the play-by-play has stats behind it. That doesn't happen too often.
No, it happens. It happens a lot more often with you. Also, Desrex was busting it out on me in the last cat. I was proud. You know, sometimes the numbers, the spreadsheets, the data, it helps us out too. So, good work, Slayer. What? Good work today. It's going to be an early day for us. We did not expect this coming into the day. You
know, I definitely have obligations earlier in my North American day tomorrow.
Yes, you do.
And I was happy to sack them for a 3-game series here.
Yeah.
Not for LNG, by the way. I was not willing to sack it for LNG. But
that's fine.
Series,
that's fair. You have a real job that you got to get to in the day. My current job is I got to go cat sit. So I'm actually driving over to cat sit right after this.
Yeah, that you know, that's
Kitty
relaxing.
Needs to be
fed. It'll wind you down. All right, you were talking numbers earlier. Before we get out of here, let's check out the standings numbers so we get an updated look at Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. BLG crawling their way up. If they win their next series, Top Esports drop it against AL, we may have a new king of Group Ascend.
Yeah, technically more wins on the board there for Top Esports, but BLG are the team to beat right now as they made known to everyone else in the group today. And yeah, I mean, on the flip side, I'm excited for that AL versus Top Esports match. I think that given the loss to BLG, given AL had their first convincing win last night, I think that builds a lot more hype and momentum for that match. And we'll see Tarzan versus Kanavi. Always must-watch League of Legends in my book. So,
and I am very excited that I will be back to bring you guys that series.
I will not. I don't see you guys for a while, so sayonara. Yeah.
Yeah. breaks my heart. That's the true loss for me, Cubby, that this series only went 4. Here's your last piece of glaze, is that I only get to go 4 games with my friend Matt here.
That's nice of you, Slayer. At least for folks in the chat, if you made it to this point, thanks so much for at least supporting us, the LPL English broadcast, whether it's watches, follows, subs, or hitting the coffee or anything else, just participating in our product. Thank you.
Speaking of the coffee, I have one more big thank you, and that's to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, Forest Without, and owners of a Silmerl. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Thank you to our elite coffee supporters, and like you heard Cubby mention, all of you that support us on coffee. It really is what keeps the virtual lights on our broadcasts, and helps sweeten the deal for us casters, I guess, say a little bit as we trudge through some very questionable hours. But it was a blast to trudge through those hours today alongside Cubby and our awesome producer Kai, who was making fun of us for candy bars the entire day. BLG, come away, the big ticket winners here as your new potential big bad in the LPL. They'll be back in a couple of days' time. And don't forget about Group Nirvana, where EDG might just be making a run at some of those lower Group Ascend teams. All that and more trudges on as we still not have completed our first round robin of Group Ascend. We've barely completed our first round robin of Group Nirvana. And by the end of August, we will have 4 teams to send to 2025 Worlds. That's a long ways away. What's coming up tomorrow? More LPL action. Until then, myself, Cubby, and Kai bid you guys adieu. Take care.